Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Luo Bai frowned. Wait, Strange is already here? That could only mean the timeline had reached Dr. Strange, but were Ultron and Vision? Had they been erased, swallowed up along with the Infinity Stones he absorbed? Most likely, not that it mattered to him anymore. The timeline had been unraveling ever since his arrival, so trying to keep track of canon events was a waste of energy. Right now, his focus was elsewhere, on Strange. Is anyone else in Taj? Luo Bai asked. Wong shook his head. He's still wandering around Kathmandu, asking random people where Taj is. I thought you might want to bring him in personally. Dr. Stephen Strange, said to be incredibly gifted in the mystic arts. If Luo Bai hadn't arrived on the scene, Strange would have become the Sorcerer Supreme. But fate had other plans. The Ancient One had stepped down long ago, and Luo Bai had inherited the title. Still, if Strange was willing, there was no harm in taking him as an apprentice. A man like Strange, taught properly, could grow immensely. Bring him, Luo Bai said. I'll meet with him. Wong nodded and opened a portal. Luo Bai returned to the main hall of Taj, poured himself some tea, and waited. Moments later, Wong returned, dragging in a slouched, unshaven man who looked more like a vagrant than a former top neurosurgeon. Luo Bai recognized him instantly. Stephen Strange, the once celebrated surgeon with godlike precision and a god-sized ego. Wealthy, brilliant, and arrogant, he had everything. Until a brutal car crash shattered his hands and sent his world into freefall. Now he stood, or rather stumbled, into Taj, broken in more ways than one. Luo Bai had prepared to deal with Strange pride. After all, in the original timeline, Strange had mocked the Ancient One and was promptly tossed out the door. But before Luo Bai could speak, thud! Strange dropped to his knees, trembling. Please, he choked, clutching Luo Bai's robes. You're the Sorcerer Supreme, right? You know magic. You can help me. Please heal my hands. I don't have anything left. Luo Bai blinked. Wait, what? This wasn't how it was supposed to go. Where was the disbelief? The sarcasm? The arrogance? Instead, he was watching the once proud surgeon grovel like a desperate man, praying for salvation. Strange looked up, his face streaked with grime and despair, eyes shining with pleading sincerity. You have to help me, please. Luo Bai paused. Something about this felt off. But seeing Strange's sincere desperation, he decided against humiliating him like the Ancient One once did. I know why you're here, Luo Bai said at last. I can heal your hands, but only if you're willing to learn magic. I am, Strange blurted out without hesitation. Whatever it takes. Just fix my hands. I'll do anything you ask. That much was believable. For a surgeon, the hands are everything. His whole life, his identity was tied to them. I can heal them, Luo Bai said calmly, but it won't come for free. You'll have to stay in Taj and give up your life as a doctor. Strange froze. You mean, I have to give it all up? My career? Luo Bai nodded. Silence settled in. Strange had only come to regain what he lost, not to dive headfirst into mysticism. Magic, powers, none of that mattered to him. Not really. He was just a man chasing a cure. Seeing his hesitation, Luo Bai added, There's no such thing as a free miracle, Dr. Strange. If you won't pay the price, then I won't heal you. Strange blinked, then said earnestly, I can pay you money. As much as you want. Luo Bai sighed softly. He still saw the world through the eyes of an ordinary man. A surgeon pays a doctor. Simple, logical. But Luo Bai wasn't a doctor. I'm not healing you with medicine, Luo Bai said. I'm not a surgeon. I'm a sorcerer. I use magic. He raised a hand, and a golden portal opened in the air. From it, piles of currency rained down, falling like leaves in autumn. To a mage, money is irrelevant. We can get it whenever we want. He stared at Strange, voice calm but absolute. If you want your hands healed, then leave the world you knew behind. Stay here. Study magic. Become something more. The hall fell quiet, save for the soft clinking of falling coins. Strange looked down at his trembling, ruined hands, and everything else faded away. Strange stood frozen as golden coins rained from a glowing portal above, eyes wide in disbelief. To be honest, he muttered, stunned, this is more shocking than anything I've ever seen on TV. Luo Bai only smiled. He raised his teacup casually and took a slow sip. It was a simple motion, but Strange's keen eyes caught something strange. The cup shimmered, and in an instant, it transformed into pure gold. Strange blinked. Did you just turn into gold? He asked, pointing with a shaking finger. You could describe it that way, Luo Bai replied calmly, setting the cup down again. Strange fell silent. He stared at the gleaming cup, then at the now-vanished mountain of cash. For the first time, it dawned on him just how absurd his earlier offer had been. Why would a mage need money when he could conjure wealth from nothing? With a helpless sigh, Strange admitted, I didn't realize just how powerful mages really are. Or how wealthy, apparently. Luo Bai restored the cup and surroundings with a wave of his hand. Everything returned to its ordinary state. Now, Luo Bai said evenly, let's return to the real question. Have you thought through the conditions I mentioned? Strange nodded slowly, his expression growing serious. In the U.S., your name is everywhere, he began. TV, the internet. Every mention of magic eventually leads to you. But I always assumed it was exaggerated. Media hype, celebrity mysticism. I never cared much about magic, he continued. I was a surgeon, a good one. That was enough. But then I lost everything and came here. He paused, the weight of the words pressing down on him. I never imagined I'd be begging a wizard to heal my hands. Luo Bai studied him carefully. You seem hesitant. Are you afraid? Strange didn't deny it. I am. For years, I was seen as a genius, respected, admired. But now I'm starting over in a world I don't understand. From surgeon to apprentice, it's terrifying. Luo Bai nodded. It's natural to fear the fall from brilliance to obscurity. You're not alone in that. Strange managed a faint smile. I appreciate that. But Luo Bai leaned forward, his tone sharpening. You say you've lost everything. So what else is there to fear? The words hit Strange like a slap. He sat there, stunned. And then, clarity. Luo Bai was right. He had nothing left to lose. I have nothing, Strange said at last, a bitter smile on his lips. Nothing at all. He looked up. All right, I accept your terms. Heal my hands, and I'll stay. I'll study magic. Luo Bai didn't delay. He raised a hand, fingers glowing with crimson light. Reality shimmered. And just like that, Strange's hand stopped shaking. It took him a few moments to realize it. But when he did, his jaw dropped. He flexed his fingers, opened and closed his hands, repeated the action again and again. They were steady, precise, whole. This actually worked? He whispered in disbelief. Of course, Luo Bai said with a faint smile. That's magic. To Strange, it was nothing short of a miracle. He knew what went into healing an injury like his: diagnostics, surgeries, months of recovery. And Luo Bai had done it, in a heartbeat. With just a gesture, Strange's eyes shone with a new kind of light. If this was magic, if he could learn to do this, then he could save lives far beyond what modern medicine allowed. His hesitation vanished. His voice trembled, not with fear now, but with excitement. Sorcerer Supreme, when can I start learning? Luo Bai was caught off guard. Didn't you just mourn your old life as a doctor? Strange grinned. I've had an epiphany. Magic is amazing. I want to learn everything. Every spell you just used. Luo Bai raised an eyebrow, glancing at Strange's ragged appearance. We can start later. For now, I suggest you go take a shower. Embarrassed, but undeterred, Strange followed Wong out of the hall. Once they were gone, Luo Bai sighed and leaned back. In the past, Mordo had trained new recruits at Kamartaj. But with Mordo gone, someone else would have to step up. Wong, reliable, grounded, skilled. Luo Bai tasked him with overseeing the apprentices. The other mages were reassigned to manage the library and assist where needed. Finally, with strange situation resolved, Luo Bai was ready to return to his private dimension. He had other experiments to resume. He was particularly interested in creating a new strain of vampires. But before he could take a step, a sudden ripple tore through space. Luo Bai turned, and standing before him was Odin. Luo Bai froze. What the hell? Odin had arrived, uninvited. Looking at Odin, who suddenly appeared in front of him, Luo Bai couldn't help but frown. At this time, Odin was dressed casually and looked like he was on vacation. After sizing him up for a long while, Luo Bai couldn't help but ask, "Why are you here?" Odin responded with a kind face and a smile. "I want to come to your place to have a rest." Hearing what he said, Luo Bai couldn't help but complain. "You really are here for vacation." Odin didn't say anything, just found a wooden chair and sat down. After sitting down, Odin began to explain, "I have been a king of gods for thousands of years, and I'm a little tired. I want to rest for a while, but I don't know where to go. After thinking about it, I can only come to you. If you don't mind, let me stay with you for a while." His face showed fatigue, and for some reason Luo Bai always felt that he looked much older than before, probably because of Ragnarok. Thinking of this, Luo Bai couldn't help but ask, "I don't mind. But God King, are you here now because Ragnarok is coming soon?" Odin nodded and said with some melancholy, "There is not much time left for Asgard and me." I can understand his mood at the moment, so Luo Bai relaxed after thinking about it. "Okay, then you can stay here. But there is nothing interesting about Kamatosh. I will ask Wang to come over and take you to visit Kamatosh later." Odin seemed a little dissatisfied when he heard what he said. He frowned and complained, "I am the God King after all. You have to give me some face. Please stay with me for 2 days." Sure enough, the older people get, the more they look like children. If he hadn't known that the old man standing in front of him at this time was Odin, who had made great achievements in 9 battles. Luo Bai will definitely think that this is some old kid. Why are he still clamoring for someone to accompany him? But think about it. It's not impossible to accompany Odin to visit Kamatosh. Now that Modu has left, the task of teaching newcomers can only be left to Wang. Wang Gang took over this work, and as the Supreme Mage Luo Bai had to go over and supervise him no matter what. Thinking of this, Luo Bai shrugged and responded helplessly, "Okay, but it's too late today, so I won't be able to accompany you. Just wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow I will accompany you to the training ground to watch the apprentice mage practice." At the mention of the training ground, Odin's originally gloomy eyes instantly lit up. After all, what Odin loved to do most when he was young, besides fighting, was watching the warriors train. Under his training, the soldiers of Asgard were all trained to be very strong and brave, and he didn't know what the mage of Kamatosh was like. It would be nice to go and have a look. Thinking of this, Odin smiled and replied, "That would be great. Considering what Odin said is right, he is also a god king after all." So Luo Bai planned to send him to the room in person. "Okay, it's getting late today. It's time for you, God King, to rest," Luo Bai said, and then opened the portal with his mind. After the door opened, Kamal Taj's dormitory appeared on the other side. When they arrived at the dormitory, before Odin could speak, Luo Bai continued, "This is the mage dormitory. If you don't mind, you can stay here during this period. Kamatosh's dormitory is not luxurious. Compared with Asgard, especially compared with Odin's palace, it is a world of difference." After taking a look at the simple dormitory, Odin's face showed dissatisfaction. "Is your Kamatosh's mage dormitory so simple?" Odin asked while looking at the dormitory. Luo Bai frowned and couldn't help complaining. "You are a free PR ****** Uda. I have done a good job in taking you in, but you still dislike me." Odin showed dissatisfaction on his face and immediately retorted, "Who said I came here for free?" After speaking, Odin shouted, "Come here." Before Luo Bai could react, a white horse ran into the dormitory from outside. "Is this horse Sleipnir?" Luo Bai asked. Odin nodded and smiled. "Good eyesight is Sleipnir. My mount, Sleipnir, Odin's mount. Also known as the 8-legged steed, This horse has 8 legs and white fur that is as white as snow. It has amazing speed and fighting power and often carries Odin through the 9 realms. This horse, like the Spear of Eternity, can be considered Odin's more powerful combat equipment. Now Odin has brought it here and said those words just now. After thinking about it, Luo Bai seemed to understand what Odin meant. "Are you planning to give Sleipnir to me?" Luo Bai asked. Odin nodded, and while stroking the horse's body, he said, "Sleipnir did not recognize my 2 sons as masters. But Ragnarok is coming soon, and Asgard will be destroyed soon. If Sleipnir stayed in Asgard, it would probably be forgotten in the end. I think Sleipnir should not be buried. It should have a place to rest. If it is willing to recognize you as its master, I will give you this horse." As soon as Odin finished speaking, Sleipnir, who had been obediently allowing Odin to touch him, immediately roared. Then, without saying a word, he turned to face Luo Bai, leaving Odin with only a horse's butt. Odin, who was originally still touching his horse and reminiscing about the past, immediately understood after seeing Sleipnir's attitude. Sleipnir is recognizing Luo Bai, and I couldn't wait to admit it. Although my Odin was originally intended to be brought to Luo Bai, he and Sleipnir have fought side by side for many years. Now that we are parting with Sleipnir, I have to pretend even if I have to. I didn't expect that he would recognize Luo Bai as his master so readily. He really turned his back on me. You all, Odin sighed helplessly. It was like this with the Spear of Eternity back then, and it is like this with Sleipnir now. It's really infuriating when you think about it. But Odin had no other choice but to shake his head and complain. Although I do intend to give Sleipnir to you, I don't know why I always feel uncomfortable. After saying that, Odin looked at Luo Bai with a sad look and sighed again. It's good to be young. Thinking back to those days, Odin seemed to want to tell the story of his youth, but Luo Bai didn't want to listen. He immediately interrupted Odin and said, "Since the God King has come all the way from Asgard to give me a horse, I will accept it for now. It's getting late. God King, go to bed early. I will take you to visit Taj tomorrow." Luo Bai said this, led the horse, opened the portal, and left. When Odin came to his senses, he was the only one left in the room. Looking at the simple room, Odin couldn't help but yell, "No, I've given you the horse. Please change me to a better room, and call 2 more people to serve me." Odin yelled. Although Luo Bai heard everything he said, he ignored it, because at this time he was anxious to give Sleipnir to the king so that the king could take care of it in the future. When the king saw Sleipnir appear, his first reaction was, "Sorcerer Supreme, are you going to Asgard to steal things again? What do you mean by robbing?" This was given to me by Odin. If I'm not mistaken, this horse seems to be called Sleipnir. It's Odin's mount. Odin gave you the Spear of Eternity before, and now he gives you Sleipnir. Could he want you to be the king of gods? You are the supreme sorcerer. King, you think too much. Odin gave these to me simply because he hoped that I could help Asgard. Luo Bai knew it very well. Even if Odin's personality changed a lot after he got older, it's impossible for him to bring his mount, Sleipnir, to Luo Bai for no reason. He was so reluctant to let it go, probably because he hoped that Luo Bai would be able to help him during the Ragnarok. Thinking of this, Luo Bai couldn't help but sigh. There is no free lunch in the world. The king didn't know much about Ragnarok. After all, this is the secret of Asgard, and there is naturally no record of Ragnarok in the library of Taj. Since he didn't know about Twilight of the Gods, he would naturally feel strange about Luo Bai's words. Asgard has gods like Odin and Thor. How can we in Taj help them? The king couldn't help but ask. Luo Bai thought about it for a while before slowly replying. It's complicated to explain. To put it simply, Asgard may be in trouble, and it's a huge trouble. Even Odin himself can't solve it. Asgard is in big trouble, and not even Odin can solve it. If that's the case, it all seems to make sense. No wonder Odin gave you so many things. I thought he was planning to poach you and let you go to Asgard to be the king of gods. The king muttered. It's no wonder Wong thinks too much. After all, Odin was too generous to Luo Bai. Exclusive weapons and mounts were given. Who wouldn't be confused if it were someone else? Luo Bai himself was aware of this. so he didn't say anything and just changed the subject. Okay, King, you will take care of this horse from now on. Oh, by the way, after you settle the horse, go and see Odin. If he has any requests, try your best to satisfy him. Luo Bai said as he handed Sleipnir to the king. The king agreed, and then he looked at the majestic Sleipnir and couldn't help but admire. It is worthy of being the mount of the god king. It looks majestic. While admiring him, the king took Sleipnir away. Only after the king left did Luo Bai have free time to do his own things. Now that Luo Bai has created his own dark dimension and is planning to create a higher-level life form, he needs a lot of energy to support it. The energy of Shisong and other evil gods have been almost absorbed by him, and it would take a while for them to recover. So Luo Bai could only go to the multi-universe for energy absorbing. However, considering that he had to go to the playground to supervise Wang in teaching the students the next day, Luo Bai did not stay for long this time. After absorbing some energy in the multi-universe, Luo Bai came back. This time he came back the next morning, just when the mages were getting ready for training. What was even more coincidental was that when he was about to look for Odin, he saw Odin coming to the New York temple. At this time, Odin frowned, and his face showed unhappiness. As soon as they met, Odin couldn't help but complain. I always thought that as a magical holy land, Kamartaj shouldn't be much worse than Asgard. I didn't expect it to be so different. Hearing him say this, Luo Bai smiled and couldn't help but sigh. Actually, I think so too. When I first went to Asgard to take a look around, I was wondering if Kamartaj should be renovated. It's just that I never had the time. I won't talk about other places for now, but I really think your dormitory needs to be renovated. Odin complained. It can be seen that Odin has hardly suffered any hardship in his life. The only hardship I've ever experienced was at Kamartaj. Seeing Odin's unhappy look, Luo Bai didn't say anything more about it, but changed the subject. God King, why did you take the initiative to come to me? I was just about to look for you. Didn't you say yesterday that you would take me to the training ground? Odin asked. When Odin mentioned the training ground, he was obviously in a much better mood. Seeing him like this, Luo Bai smiled and said, I just need to go to the training ground now, let's go. After saying that, Luo Bai took Odin to the training ground. Generally speaking, mage training is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is to train the mage's ability to absorb energy from the multi-universe. The second stage is training the mage's ability to use portals. As for the third stage, it is the training of the mage's melee ability. After the 3 stages of training, get out of class is almost over. When Luo Bai and Odin walked to the training ground, the training was in the first stage, which was to absorb energy. In fact, there are not many powerful mages in Kamartaj, although most of those who can join Kamartaj have some talent. But as humans, it is difficult to defeat Asgard soldiers with only a little talent. So after watching it for a while, Odin sighed with some disappointment. To be honest, I think Kamartaj's mages look much worse than Asgard's warriors. Luo Bai did not deny this, and immediately said, there are still some differences between humans and the Asgard. The people of Asgard are born with power, but the magicians of Kamartaj have to absorb energy, and the amount of intake is different depending on the talent, so it is naturally different. After hearing this, Odin nodded and agreed. Indeed. In fact, Odin wanted to come to the training ground to watch mages train, mainly because he wanted to see the difference between Kamartaj's mages and Asgard warriors. Originally, Odin was not curious. After all, in Odin's opinion, the people of Asgard must be much more powerful than the humans on Earth anyway. Not only Odin feels this way, but almost all Asgardians feel this way. But since seeing Luo Bai, Odin felt something was wrong. After all, Luo Bai is too strong, so powerful that it can be compared to cheating. As for his 2 sons, there is simply no comparison with Luo Bai. This made Odin wonder at first. Could it be that humans on Earth have evolved? No. Odin immediately came to see it. After reading it, Odin confirmed. It's really not because humans have evolved, but because Luo Bai is so cruel. These mages are simply not on the same level as Luo Bai. I thought that with Luo Bai and Kamartaj, the quality of the mage would be quite high, but I didn't expect that it looked far worse than the warriors of Asgard. One mage in particular couldn't even absorb energy. This finally made Odin feel relieved. Fortunately, Asgard's genes are indeed much better than humans. Of course, although I felt relieved, but Odin couldn't show off too much, so he frowned and complained in a very emotional tone. When I saw you, I thought Kamithage had become very powerful. I didn't expect that these mages are far behind you. Look at that mage, he can't even absorb energy, Odin said while watching with his eyes. Following his gaze, Luo Bai noticed that the person Odin was looking at was Strange, who had just arrived yesterday. Seeing this, Luo Bai couldn't help but remind him, this mage's name is Strange. He just came to Kamithage yesterday. Odin was stunned for a moment, then muttered in realization, no wonder. I said he couldn't do it no matter how much energy he absorbed. But the others didn't seem to be much better. Unlike us Asgard warriors, we are particularly good at fighting at first glance. Odin couldn't help but spoke the truth, and there was a bit of pride on his face after he finished speaking. What he meant by this was clearly that the mages of Kamithage were not as good as the warriors of Asgard. As the supreme mage, Luo Bai couldn't help but said immediately, when Master Ancient One was here, Kamithage believed in teaching without distinction, so the talents of most of Kamithage's mages were not particularly good. However, the talents of the disciples I have recently accepted are pretty good. Master Strange's talent is very good. Luo Bai spoke calmly. Although the words were spoken lightly, Odin realized that something was wrong. Just now he couldn't help but tell the truth. Luo Bai is the Sorcerer Supreme of Kamithage. He said that the mages of Kamithage were weak. Isn't this questioning the teachings of the Sorcerer Supreme? This should be said before it is put on hold. He is a divine king, so who should he save face for? But considering that he came to Earth to ask Luo Bai for help, he restrained himself in the end. Thinking of this, Odin changed the subject and said, but it's not your fault. It's still difficult for humans to learn magic. Luo Bai said nothing and started thinking. In fact, he also knew that the mages of Kamithage were far inferior to the warriors of Asgard. Before, Luo Bai was not particularly clear about the gap between mages. But after watching the mages training several times, he gradually understood the differences between the mages. Let's just say that in Kamithage, besides a few great wizards, most mages don't even know how to place a portal. As for several great wizards, including Wong, they have only learned magic, such as portal. Just as Luo Bai felt. In a Marvel world, becoming a big shot in the magic world requires a certain amount of luck, and sometimes even talent may not be enough. After all, in a Marvel world, if you want to become stronger, you have to borrow energy from everywhere. Most of those who can borrow energy have become big bosses. As for those who cannot borrow energy, they're just like the mages in Kamithage today, who have practiced for half a lifetime, but still can't figure out how to use a door. If it were other mages, Luo Bai wouldn't bother to care, but these mages all came from Kamithage. Previously, taking advantage of the Cassius incident, Luo Bai had reorganized Kamithage. Now all the mages who should leave have left, and the remaining mages are basically those who truly recognize and intend to follow Luo Bai. Kamithage is now managed by Luo Bai and is considered his main base. It won't do to have such a weak mage in there. Come to think of it, it's time to improve the strength of the mages like Kamithage. Thinking of this, Luo Bai couldn't help but sigh. In fact, what you just said is not wrong. The mages of Kamithage are indeed a little weak. It's time to strengthen them. Although Odin didn't know much about Kamithage, he still had some understanding of mages. Generally speaking, it is difficult for human mages to achieve huge amounts of accomplishments. It was because of Odin's sight of Luo Bai that he thought all the wizards on Earth had evolved. Now when I kind of take a look, it is pretty much the same as before. Thinking of this, Odin said with a hint of pride, Asgard is the realm of the gods after all, so it is normal that its people are good at fighting. Luo Bai smiled and then replied, normally, this is the case, but it is not impossible to change. If it were before this, Luo Bai might not have been able to change the current situation of Kamithage. But now, Luo Bai actually thought of a way to improve the situation. The main reason why the mages of Kamartaj are weak is that they are unable to absorb large amounts of energy. Currently, the only way for Kamartaj mages to release magic is to absorb various energies from the multi-universe. The magic book in the Kamartaj library records many methods of absorbing energy, but in Luo Bai's opinion, these methods are not even as useful as Zithorn's method of absorbing dark energy. To put it more simply, these methods are not direct enough. So Luo Bai thought of a more direct way, which was to let the wizards of Kamartaj ask him to borrow energy. Now, after absorbing the power of the three-dimensional masters and a part of the power of Emperor Vishan, Luo Bai already possesses enough energy to lend. As long as Luo Bai sets up a magic circle in Kamartaj, the mages practicing in Kamartaj will be able to obtain his energy and use his energy to practice. This is not Luo Bai trying to trick the mages of Kamartaj. After all, the Kamartaj wizard has always been looking for loans from Vishani, and now he is just changing to a generous lender. As for the price to pay, it is simple. Luo Bai doesn't need souls. He just needs these mages to return all their power to Luo Bai after their death. In fact, if you calculate carefully, he can still make a lot of money. While Luo Bai gave energy to the mages, he also enhanced their strength. With these energies, mages can absorb a large amount of energy from the multi-universe. Then the energy in their bodies will double, and the power they will receive back after death will be even greater. It would be even better if they borrowed energy from other gods. As long as Luo Bai could snatch it away, then all the power of this wizard would be his. At this moment, Luo Bai suddenly understood why these gods like to lend money so much. This is an investment that is guaranteed to make money. Use a little bit of power to exchange for the power that a wizard will gain in his future life. TSK. It seems Vishani is quite evil now. Of course, these are not completely without risk. The biggest risk is if the wizard you invested in suddenly finds a top-level powerful god to back him. Just like with Ancient One, it's very likely that you won't get your money back in the end. But for Luo Bai, there is no rush at all. After all, he has a lot of room for growth with the power of fairies and a lucky buff in his hands. If this continues to develop, what will Luo Bai be afraid of? This loan must be granted. This loan can not only improve the overall strength of the Kamartaj mages, but also provide energy to Luo Bai himself. It really kills two birds with one stone. Thinking of this, Luo Bai immediately released magic with his mind, and then an invisible energy immediately surrounded Kamartaj. That is Luo Bai's magic circle. When huge amounts of magic circles surrounded Kamartaj, powerful energy filled the entire Kamartaj. The Kamartaj mages, who were still learning how to absorb energy, seemed to sense something was wrong. That is, getting energy today is easier than ever before. In the past, when they absorbed energy, they had to concentrate highly and absorb it from the multi-universe. And each time you can only absorb a tiny bit of energy. That energy was only enough to support them in releasing some magic. But today, for some reason, they always felt that energy was surrounding them, and they absorbed the powerful energy very easily. Even Strange, who had just learned magic, felt something was wrong. He had tried for a long time before, but couldn't absorb any energy at all. I don't know what happened suddenly, but he absorbed energy so easily. Then, with a click, he opened the portal. Seeing this scene, Odin was stunned. Just now, Odin thought that the wizards of Kamartaj were not as good as the soldiers of Asgard. How come suddenly, in just a moment, the wizard of Kamartaj changed so much? Wait, didn't you say that the wizard named Strange just arrived today? How come he learned space magic in the blink of an eye? Odin asked in surprise. For a moment, Odin even wondered if he had missed something. How come in the blink of an eye, it feels like a new group of mages have appeared in the training ground? After Luo Bai set up the magic circle, the energy field of Kamartaj changed, and Odin felt something was wrong. Odin seemed to have sensed a sudden surge in nearby energy. He frowned for a long time before muttering slowly, "Is this an illusion? Why do I feel that the energy nearby is growing wildly? Odin did feel something was wrong, but he was not sure. Until Luo Bai spoke up to confirm his guess. It seems that the God King has discovered it. Odin frowned and asked in confusion, "Why did it happen so suddenly?" The next second, Luo Bai asked back, "Can't the God King see the reason?" Odin was stunned. In fact, when he discovered the sudden surge in energy, he had some vague guesses in his mind. After all, there are not many ways to make such a huge change in Kamartaj's energy field in a short period of time and instantly increase the energy of all mages. The most direct way is to grant power. To put it simply, Luo Bai connects himself with Kamartaj, turning Kamartaj into his space. This will fill Kamartaj with energy, and all mages in that space can absorb energy from him and achieve rapid improvement. Odin also used this method, and now Asgard and Odin are connected. So in Asgard, Odin has endless power, and he can give power to any Asgard citizen at will. But he is the God King. It is undeniable that among the younger generation, Luo Bai is indeed very outstanding. He is much stronger than Loki and Thor. But no matter how strong he is, it cannot change the fact that Luo Bai has only learned magic for a few years. How much energy would it take to connect the entire Kamartaj and provide energy to these mages? Luo Bai has only studied magic for a few years. How can he create a dimension that supplies its own energy? Odin thought it was unlikely, but he couldn't think of any other solution. Perhaps because he was too curious. After hesitating for a long time, Odin couldn't help but ask tentatively, "Could it be that you gave these wizards power?" Odin originally just asked casually. After all, he didn't think Luo Bai could do that. Unexpectedly, the next second, Luo Bai gave a positive answer. "The God King guessed correctly. I did borrow some energy from the mages." It was obvious to the naked eye that Odin was stunned. The expression on his face at this moment was quite interesting. He looked at Luo Bai. No, to be more precise, he was sizing up Luo Bai. As he looked at it, there was a look of surprise in his eyes. It was unknown how long it had been before Odin could no longer help but slowly complain. "Where do you get so much energy?" "Maybe it's because I have good talent and can improve quickly," Luo Baifeng said calmly. Odin didn't believe a word of what he said. Through practice, can such a powerful energy be cultivated in such a short time? Is it possible? If it were possible, his son, Thor, would have become the God King long ago. Thinking of this, Odin couldn't help but complain. "You can make up such nonsense to fool others, but you can't fool me." Luo Bai shrugged and replied with a smile, "That may be because I am lucky." Odin frowned again. In fact, he did not understand the meaning of Luo Bai's words. But he had no time to understand it now, because he could clearly feel the changes in Kamartaj. Kamartaj is now full of energy, a powerful and terrifying energy. In the past, the slow progress of mages was because mages had to do multi-universe energy absorbing. If they were less talented, they might not be able to absorb much energy. Now Luo Bai has surrounded the entire Kamartaj with energy, which is equivalent to giving energy directly to these mages. Let's put it this way, no matter how talented you are, you can always absorb some of what others give you. If things go on for a long time, I can't imagine how many powerful mages Kamartaj will produce and how terrifying their combat power will be. By then, let alone Asgard soldiers, even his own son, Thor, might not be able to defeat Kamartaj's group of mages. If you pick any mage at random, his son will turn into a scumbag in a matter of seconds. Although Odin has always said that Asgard and Kamartaj are allies, as the God King, Odin naturally does not want Asgard to be at a disadvantage. It's just that imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. After what happened to Kamartaj, Odin can now predict the day when Asgard will be turned into scum by Luo Bai in seconds. The more he thought about it, the more silent Odin became. Unable to bear it anymore, Odin asked, "How on earth did you do it? After studying magic for so many years, how can you become so powerful?" Luo Bai replied seriously, "Didn't I say it? I'm lucky." Odin didn't say what he was asking. He could only explain with an awkward smile. Actually, I was joking before. Under your leadership, I believe it won't take long for Kamatage to surpass Asgard. After finishing speaking, Odin once again looked at the mage who was training. I saw that the mages who were still practicing basic magic had now begun to practice advanced magic. Before, they could only turn energy into sharp blades to attack, but now that they have been strengthened, the mages can actually use their hands to rub space blades. Under the leadership of Wong, the mages concentrated one by one and carved out one after another slender and translucent space blades with their bare hands. Even Dr. Strange, who had just entered the school, actually kept up with the progress and made a space blade with his hand. Seeing the sudden changes in the mages, Odin fell silent again. After a moment of silence, Odin showed an awkward smile again, and then said with a slightly helpless tone, "Okay, it has been exceeded now." After finishing speaking, Odin even sighed. That expression seemed to say, "Can't beat it, can't beat it all. Luo Bai can take the entire Kamatage flying by himself. How could Sol possibly outplay him?" Of course, Luo Bai fully understands Odin's worries. So he smiled and said, "My relationship with Thor is actually pretty good, and I'm not very interested in Asgard. God King, you don't have to worry too much." Luo Bai originally said this to comfort Odin and advise him not to think too much. No matter how powerful Kamatage becomes, Asgard will still have a place in the Nine Realms. Unexpectedly, the next second, Odin shook his head and suddenly said with a very serious and solemn expression, "No, I think you can be interested." Luo Bai. Luo Bai frowned. The expression on his face was wonderful. He even wondered for a time whether Odin was so stimulated by him that he became delirious. To make him have thoughts about Asgard? God King, what are you talking about? Why should I have thoughts about Asgard? I don't want to be the God King. Luo Bai couldn't help but complain. Odin shook his head and explained, "No, you don't understand. It doesn't matter who the God King is. What matters is Asgard. Luo Bai, my daughter Hela will be coming out soon." Odin had 3 children in total. In addition to Thor and Loki, he actually has a daughter named Hela. Strictly speaking, Hela is his eldest child and the sister of Thor and Loki. Unlike Thor and Loki, Hela is not only powerful but also very smart. When Odin was able to unify the 9 realms, Hela's help was indispensable. After all, Hela in the past was not only the vanguard of Odin's conquest of the 9 realms, but also the executioner of Asgard and the master of Thor's hammer. Thor didn't know that he actually had a sister named Hela. When the 9 realms were still unstable, she followed me to fight together and made great achievements in unifying the 9 realms. She is the best of my many children, but she is the goddess of death, symbolizing death and cruelty, which also means that she is destined not to stop killing. After the unification of the 9 realms, I originally wanted to stop fighting and rule the country with benevolence. But her ambitions expanded rapidly, and she wanted to conquer the entire universe. I had no choice but to seal her, but now I may not be able to seal her anymore. Odin sighed and expressed his concerns. Luo Bai knew what he meant. After all, Ragnarok was coming soon. This is the end of Asgard, although it seems likely that the arrival of Ragnarok originates from Hela. But the actual situation is much more complicated than this. Ragnarok and his daughter's rebellion meant that even the God King was powerless no matter how much he wanted to control it. Odin probably came to Kamatage this time just to talk about this matter. Thinking of this, Luo Bai stopped being tactful and asked directly, "God King, you come to Kamatage this time, you probably don't just want to relax." Indeed, Odin smiled bitterly and then asked, "Is there a quieter place? Let's talk." Now that Kamatage's formation Luo Bai has been set up, Luo Bai doesn't need to take care of the mage's side. Thinking of this, Luo Bai responded, "You come with me." While talking, Luo Bai took Odin to the main hall of Kamatage. The mages are all training at the training ground, so the main hall is very quiet. After entering the main hall, Odin found a chair and sat down. Out of courtesy, Luo Bai made him a cup of tea. After taking the tea and taking a sip, Odin couldn't help but sigh with emotion. To be honest, I never expected that you would have such achievements at such a young age. It's really surprising. Luo Bai responded with a smile while sipping tea. The King of Gods does not need to praise me like this. I know that you must have something to ask me for when you come to me. I understand this principle of not going to the Three Treasures Hall for anything. Seeing Luo Bai being so direct, Odin stopped being tactful. You must also know about Ragnarok. This is the end of Asgard, and even I can't stop it. The arrival of Ragnarok means that my end is approaching. But now it is not only Ragnarok that is in trouble, but also Hela. As I told you before, Hela is very ambitious and wants to conquer the entire universe. I'm not sure Thor can stop her. Compared with his sister, Thor has not fully grown up yet. Odin explained in a deep voice. Luo Bai seemed to understand a little after hearing what he said. You hope that I can come forward and help you deal with your daughter, right? Luo Bai asked. Odin did not answer directly. He just sighed with emotion. To be honest, in the past, I never understood why you were the center of the universe and why you could solve the problem of Ragnarok for Asgard. But after seeing your growth now, I think I should understand. It's not that you need Asgard, but Asgard needs you. So I want to sign an agreement with you. Luo Bai frowned and couldn't help but ask, agreement? What agreement? From now on, everyone in Asgard and even Thor will obey your arrangements. You will inherit my will to manage Asgard. Odin spoke seriously. Hearing what he said, Luo Bai was stunned. Wait a minute. Are you really planning to make me the God King? Luo Bai couldn't help complaining. The next second, Odin shook his head and replied seriously. If you become the God King, the people of Asgard will definitely not obey. You're not an Asgardian after all, so the God King can only be Thor. But you can be Thor's mentor. The Eternal Spear and Sleipnir are with you now. Although these two things now recognize you as their master, they symbolize my power in the eyes of the Nine Realms. If Thor becomes the God King in the future, then you'll be the God King's teacher. Everyone in Asgard, including Thor, must listen to your arrangements. Luo Bai understood what Odin meant. To put it simply, let Luo Bai be the boss behind the scenes. But Luo Bai didn't quite understand why Odin was willing to hand over power to him. Thinking of this, Luo Bai couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, I'm quite surprised. I thought you trusted Thor very much, but I didn't expect that you would eventually hand over the real power of the God King to me. Odin smiled bitterly. He said nothing, but his face looked very tired. Luo Bai didn't know what he was thinking, but what he knew was Odin made such a decision because he had no other choice. I believe in Thor, but I have no choice. Your arrival has changed a lot, which forced me to make this decision. It doesn't matter who the God King is, and it doesn't matter who holds the power. What matters is that Asgard is still there. I signed this agreement with you not only for now, but also for the future. Only in this way can Ragnarok truly disappear. It was unknown how long it took before Odin slowly spoke. Sometimes I have to sigh that Odin is really good to Thor. It was obvious that he was paving the way for Thor, and he made the way very clear. In fact, Odin's intention is not difficult to guess. It is nothing more than exchanging the power of Asgard for Thor's development. After all, Thor is still too weak now, and there are many problems he cannot solve. Odin's time is up, so he needs someone to watch over Thor for him. From the current perspective, this person can only be Luo Bai. Although this condition sounds quite tempting, after all, Odin intends to give him real power. But if you think about it carefully, it seems that it is useless for Luo Bai to hold power. Thinking of this, Luo Bai couldn't help but complain, I understand what the Divine King means, but I think the power you gave me is useless. Odin frowned and could not help asking, how can it be useless? If you agree to sign an agreement with me, all the warriors in Asgard will be willing to charge in a battle for you, as long as you give the order. Luo Bai shrugged and answered nonchalantly, at present, the soldiers of Asgard can't really help me. Your two sons, Thor and Loki, haven't grown up yet, so they can't help me at all. As for your daughter, she doesn't listen to you at all. Odin was stunned. It seems to make sense when you put it this way. But Thor will grow. Odin retorted immediately. I don't know how long that will take. Besides, It's hard to say whether he will listen to me when he grows up, Luo Bai muttered. Odin was silent. He almost understood what Luo Bai meant. Odin had already humbled himself when he came to Taj this time, and since Luo Bai was unwilling, he naturally didn't want to force it. Thinking of this, Odin stood up and said, I understand what you mean. I'm leaving now after disturbing you for so long. Odin was about to leave, but unexpectedly Luo Bai spoke up. God King, don't be in a hurry to leave. I didn't say I won't help. Odin was overjoyed and immediately asked, Are you willing to help? Of course. If the God King agrees to let me absorb a little bit of power from Asgard, I'll be willing to help. Luo Bai replied with a smile. As soon as these words came out, Odin's smile froze on his face. Good job. It seems this guy has some plan. It's obvious that he plans to eat it all and take it away. Just when Odin was depressed, Luo Bai spoke again. Asgard's power is far less practical than its strength. If you, God King, agree to let me absorb some power from Asgard from time to time, I will be happy to help you protect Asgard. Not to mention Hela. Even if Ragnarok comes, I will solve it for you completely. As Luo Bai spoke, he gave a friendly smile. This smile made Odin's scalp tingle. He had a vague feeling that coming to Taj this time didn't seem to be a wise choice. Asgard's power mainly comes from the power of Odin. This power originates from the original founder of Asgard and is passed down through the bloodline of Odin's family. Odin Force was not originally called Odin Force, but went through several name changes. Originally, this power was called the Power of Buri because Odin's grandfather was named Buri. Later, it was called the Power of Bor because Odin's father was named Bor. In the end, this power was named Odin's Power because its strongest branch was inherited by Odin. To put it simply, the power of Asgard is a heritage. Anyone with Asgard blood can inherit this power. As for who can finally bring this power to its full potential, it all depends on the talent of the heir. So Asgard has never been a name or a place, but more like a family inheritance. As long as there are still people in this family alive, Asgard will continue to exist. Luo Bai wants to absorb Asgard's power. Isn't this equivalent to strangling Asgard's lifeblood? Of course, Odin disagrees. At this point, he no longer cared about his status as a god king and immediately shouted angrily, I've already made concessions, but you still want to draw power from Asgard? You're taking it all at once. This is too much. Luo Bai smiled and gently persuaded. God King, what you said is wrong. You're going to give me power, so what's wrong with me taking some power from Asgard? Besides, if you don't give it to me, these powers will eventually be taken away by others. What do you mean? Odin frowned and couldn't help asking. Luo Bai replied calmly. Others may not know about Ragnarok, but you should know it. Hela is your daughter. No matter how powerful she is, she can't create Ragnarok. The meaning of Ragnarok is clear. Once Ragnarok arrives, the entire Asgard race will be destroyed. All the gods will be destroyed without exception. Does Hela really have the power to destroy you, Odin? You should know the truth about Ragnarok better than I do. Although Luo Bai did not explain the reason directly, Odin heard it clearly. He was a little surprised, and after a long pause, Odin asked, Why do you know the truth about Ragnarok? It shouldn't be possible. I foresaw it because of the eye of wisdom. How do you know this? Luo Bai did not answer his question, but continued. It is not important how I know this. What is important is that those gods sitting in the shadows have been eyeing the power of Asgard. If you let me absorb the power, I can keep Asgard peaceful. But if it is them, I'm not sure. Odin was silent. He was silent because Luo Bai was right. The truth of Ragnarok is not Hela. Hela is just a cover. The real Ragnarok is the gods sitting in the shadows. Almost no one understands the truth about Ragnarok, and no one knows that Ragnarok actually happens not just once, but in many cycles. It was not until Odin hung himself on the world tree and sacrificed his eyes and blood, gaining the power of runes and vast knowledge, that he learned the truth behind Ragnarok. That is the carnival of the ancient gods, a sacrifice. No one knows who those gods sitting in the shadows are. All we know is that they are called the gods of gods, and they are gods living in the shadow dimension. They draw nourishment from Ragnarok. To put it more simply, the gods of Asgard are their pets kept in captivity. When the pets grow up, these shadow gods will create Ragnarok to kill these pets and devour all the flesh, blood, and power of the pets. Then another Asgard is created again, a new pet god appears again, and the cycle begins again. No one knows how many times this cycle has occurred, or how many times Asgard has experienced Ragnarok. But Odin is the only god who sees the truth. He could not defeat the shadow gods, so he gave birth to Thor. According to past prophecies, Thor is the only god who can end Ragnarok. That's why Odin hopes that Thor can grow up as soon as possible. But there are always unexpected things, and Luo Bai is that unexpected thing. Luo Bai's birth changed the prophecy. It is for this reason that Odin repeatedly humbled himself and sought Luo Bai's help. Although what Luo Bai said just now was correct, Odin really wanted to end Ragnarok. But this guy Luo Bai is too dark. It takes strength to open your mouth. In fact, Odin was not willing to let Lobel absorb the power of Asgard. But Lobel told the truth about Ragnarok. And what he said does make sense. Only, you are not from Asgard, and you don't have Asgard blood. How can you absorb Asgard's power? What's more, do you really think you can defeat those gods? They're the gods of gods. Even I have no chance of winning. Odin said. There was some worry in his expression. Knowing his concerns, Luo Bai also confessed, I may not be able to do it, but the power of the fairy may be able to do it. Fairy power? Odin frowned and couldn't help muttering. The fairy power you're talking about is the fairy power that defeated the gods in the past. Yeah, Luo Bai nodded. Odin was puzzled and asked again, Isn't that thing sealed? Luo Bai explained calmly, I don't know how it got out, and now it's on me. What? On you? Odin asked in surprise. At this moment, Odin suddenly understood why Luo Bai possessed such strong power. He said that Luo Bai was a young man who had studied magic for even less time than Thor, but he could actually support the entire Kamartaj. Good job. It really is a cheat. Odin couldn't figure it out, so he couldn't help asking, How did this thing get on you? Luo Bai smiled faintly and replied calmly. I said, I am quite lucky. Odin was silent, but couldn't help complaining in his heart. How can this be called good luck? This is simply incredible luck. Thinking of this, Odin immediately said, I have heard of the power of fairies. It is so powerful that it could devour everything and grow infinitely. If you really have the power of fairies, even if I don't agree to your request, you can easily devour the power of Asgard by using the power of fairies. Luo Bai nodded in agreement. That's right, but you said it was an invasion. After all, I am the Supreme Sorcerer, and we are allies. I have no reason to invade Asgard. Odin frowned and couldn't help asking, So I should be praised for having principles? I have always been a principled person. If there are no principles, I will create them. Luo Bai replied jokingly. Odin, what a way to create principles without principles. ITM. Odin was silent again. He didn't say anything, and no one knew what he was thinking. After a long while, Odin finally compromised. I thought about it, and I think what you said is right. I promise you, as long as you are willing to help Asgard, if you want to absorb some power, it is not impossible. The situation is now very unfavorable to Asgard, and Odin has no other choice. So he had no choice but to believe in the prophecy. Seeing Odin agreed, Luo Bai took out a contract without saying anything. Sign it. Odin said nothing, but took the contract and took a look at it. The contract reads, I am Odin the All-Father. Now he is willing to cooperate with Luo Bai. Luo Bai guards Asgard and supervises Thor's growth, while Asgard ensures that Luo Bai is provided with energy at a regular and quantitative rate. To be honest, in the past Odin would definitely not have signed it. But now he had no choice but to sign the contract. After Odin signed the contract, Luo Bai took a look at it, nodded with satisfaction, and muttered, Another energy field, big money. Although the voice was not loud, Odin still heard it clearly. He couldn't help but ask, What does another energy field mean? Luo Bai did not hide it. He put away the contract and replied, Before you, Scython, Dormammu, and Mephisto also signed such a contract with me. What the hell? Sithorn? Dormammu? Mephisto? Aren't you the supreme sorcerer? How did you sign a contract with those evil gods? Odin couldn't help but ask. Luo Bai quickly corrected. What evil gods? They have turned over a new leaf and said they want to protect the earth. No, I tolerated it even though you said the power of the fairy was in you. Now you tell me that these three evil gods want to protect the earth? Scython, god of darkness. Protect the earth? I couldn't handle them, but you conquered them? Or maybe you should just be the god king. Can you unify the universe as well? Ancient One is really lucky. Where on earth did she find such a god like Luo Bai? Why call him Supreme Mage? Just call him Supreme God King. Look at Luo Bai, and then think about his two sons. So infuriating. If it weren't for his two sons' disappointment, would he have come here to beg for help? He was a mighty god king who had been so powerful for half his life, but now he had to come and ask for help from a junior when he was old. Odin wanted to go back to Asgard right now and slap each of his two sons. The more Odin thought about it, the angrier he became. He said in a deep voice, "Thank you for your hospitality these days. I remember I have something else to do, so I'll leave now." He left without even waiting for Luo Bai to speak. Seeing his angry expression, Luo Bai knew that Thor and Loki were likely to be in trouble. Odin is such a face-conscious person, but now he is threatened by Luo Bai and forced to sign this agreement. It would be strange if Odin didn't cause trouble for his two sons. In this regard, Luo Bai could only say that he was helpless. After calmly drinking a cup of tea, Luo Bai returned to the New York temple. He had absorbed a lot of power from the multi-universe before, and now it was time for him to go back and create life. After returning to the second floor of the temple, Luo Bai entered his own dark dimension and began to create. In Luo Bai's impression, Marvel has a very powerful vampire named Dracula. He is much stronger than most vampires. With Luo Bai's strength, it seems possible for him to create a powerful vampire based on Dracula's template. While thinking, Luo Bai began to gather energy. Powerful dark energy continued to gather in front of Luo Bai, but in the blink of an eye, Luo Bai created the first advanced life form, a male vampire. On the surface, this vampire is no different from a human being, but he has the trait of a vampire, which is white. Her skin is incredibly white. At the moment he was created by Luo Bai, he seemed to be a little unresponsive. He opened his eyes wide and looked around blankly. After seeing Luo Bai, he knelt down and shouted respectfully, "Father." To him, Luo Bai is the creator and naturally his father. Luo Bai didn't have to worry at all that the vampire in front of him would betray him, because when he created him, Luo Bai had instilled in him the consciousness of resolutely defending his master. So at this time he showed great respect to Luo Bai. Seeing the masterpiece he created, Luo Bai was very satisfied and said immediately, "Try to use your ability." The vampire nodded, and in the blink of an eye, he began to try to use his ability. Just as Luo Bai expected, the created vampires are almost unmatched in terms of strength and speed. He also has abilities such as flying and shape-shifting and can use some simple black magic. It looks like a very, very successful creation. After the demonstration, the vampire appeared in front of Luo Bai and asked, "Father, are you satisfied?" Luo Bai nodded and responded, "I am quite satisfied, but you don't have to call me father from now on. Just call me the Supreme Mage." "Okay, Sorcerer Supreme," the vampire responded. Just as Luo Bai was about to create other advanced life forms, the vampire spoke again. "Please give me a name." Luo Bai just remembered it now. "Yes, we also need to give it a name. If we don't give it a name, what will we call it when there are too many vampires?" But Luo Bai is really not good at naming. After thinking for a long time, Luo Bai still couldn't think of a good name. So he spread his hands and just gave a random name. "It's just a name? Why not just pick any name?" Thinking of this, Luo Bai responded, "From now on, your name will be Nicholas." "Thank you, Supreme Sorcerer." Nicholas thanked gratefully. Luo Bai nodded, and then instructed, "From now on, you will be responsible for guarding this place and practicing here. If necessary, I will summon you to fight." Nicholas nodded and went to practice. As for Luo Bai, he continued to create living beings. The second life form he created was still a vampire. With the experience from the first time, his creation this time was obviously faster and more refined than last time. He absorbed the things that he was not satisfied with last time and created a vampire that was even more powerful than Nicholas, a female vampire. Due to the requirement for appearance, the vampires created by Luo Bai are all very good-looking. Like Nicholas, he was created. The female vampire immediately knelt down and respectfully called out to Luo Bai, Supreme Mage. She didn't call him father, mainly because Luo Bai had learned his lesson from the first time. The concept of Supreme Mage was instilled into her mind when she was created. Otherwise, Luo Bai would have no idea how many children she would have at such a young age. Please give me a name, Supreme Sorcerer. Just as she was thinking about it, the female vampire spoke again. With the first naming experience, Luo Bai was much more skilled this time and immediately said, "From now on, your name will be Nicholas Page." "Thank you, Supreme Sorcerer, for the name." Page responded with a smile. After getting a name, Page began training. After creating 2 advanced life forms, Luo Bai continued to create. He created many races one after another, including werewolves, harpies, night demons, batmen, etc., and selected the strongest among them to manage them. Seeing the increasing number of life forms in his own dimension, Luo Bai temporarily stopped creating. It's not that he didn't want to continue creating, but because the energy consumed this time was too huge and the goblins were starving to death. Luo Bai had no choice but to absorb energy from various dark dimensions while heading to the multi-universe to absorb some energy. The appetite of the fairy power is huge, and the stronger it grows, the bigger its appetite becomes. This is mainly reflected in the feeling of hunger. Originally, Luo Bai had already gotten used to the hunger from the fairy power, but recently, he didn't know if it was because his appetite for the fairy power had been aroused, but he felt a little uncomfortable with it. After absorbing a lot of energy in the multi-universe, Luo Bai finally calmed down a little. Just when I was about to go back and take a look, the power of the fairy moved. Over there, what a fat planet. The fairy power communicated with Luo Bai through will. To be honest, I don't know where fairy power learned these words from. What the hell is this fat planet? Generally speaking, planets with super strong energy are usually inhabited by life. It is unlikely that an uninhabited planet would have super strong energy. Although the fairy power was very excited at this time, Luo Bai had no special intention of going to take a look. After all, in principle, he should not attack planets inhabited by life, as this could easily lead to a planetary war. But the fairy's power was too exciting, and he was drooling with excitement. After weighing the pros and cons, Luo Bai decided to go and take a look. If no one lived there, he would have gotten a great bargain. And the facts have proved that Luo Bai's lucky buff is really not to be underestimated. We actually encountered a planet with no life on it, and this planet has powerful energy. Looking at the shining energy planet in front of him, Luo Bai was very happy. Just when I was feeling thankful, I didn't expect that the planet would start moving on its own the next second. The next second, a powerful force immediately absorbed Luo Bai. Luo Bai did not resist, but followed this force and entered the planet. Only then did Luo Bai realize this was actually a living planet. Wait, a living planet? Could this be a life planet? Ego? Just as he was thinking about it, a voice suddenly rang out throughout the planet. The prey has taken the bait. This powerful force is really exciting. Prey? Etc. So Ego is here because he's targeting me? Luo Bai was stunned. He originally thought that he was lucky to meet this guy, but he didn't expect that this guy would come to him on his own initiative. Taking the power of the fairy as prey? You're really brave. Thinking of this, Luo Bai couldn't help but complain. I've seen many people who are not afraid of death, but it's the first time I've seen someone as fearless as you. Igo, also known as Life Planet Igo, is a former member of the Presbyterian Church of the Universe. It is also known as the Living Planet. He lived even longer than Odin and was omnipotent on his own planet. The most basic thing is that you can change your appearance and materialize your energy at will. He can use all the abilities on the planet to do what he wants, and he can also manipulate the surrounding abilities to create thousands of duplications. Moreover, duplication's ability is the same as its own. The only difference is that its defense is weaker. Although he calls himself a god and possesses the power of a god, but few people know how he was born, but his true form is surprising. Although he usually appears in human form, his true form is actually a planet. He feeds on consuming energy. To put it simply, he consumes the energy of planets weaker than him and the energy of the universe. Since it involves energy absorbing, everything becomes clear. Ego makes a living by absorbing energy, and he happens to meet Luo Bai. Just like the fairy power felt the powerful energy of ego, ego should also have felt the unusually powerful energy in Luo Bai's body. This is just setting a trap to lure Luo Bai into it. Although ego's idea is good, but he's a little too bold. Can he also use the power of the goblin? Honestly, I'm curious about what you're thinking. You're trying to sting me. Luo Bai couldn't help but complain. Igo heard his words clearly. However, at this time, Egg obviously did not notice anything wrong. Instead, he sneered and replied, "I'm just a human being, but you are so arrogant. Do you know who I am?" Luo Bai shook his head and pretended to be puzzled and asked, "I don't know. So who are you?" "I am a god Egg," said Egg. As his words fell, a blue energy gradually gathered in front of Luo Bai's eyes. Then an old man appeared in front of Luo Bai. The old man looked to be about 60 years old in human form. Although he has a head full of white hair, he looks very energetic. Luo Bai knew very well that the old man in front of him was the duplication transformed by ego. At this time, the old man held his head high and chest out, with his hands behind his back. The look he gave Luo Bai was like the gaze of a god examining a human being. Seeing him like this, Luo Bai chuckled and replied, "So it's the god Ego." Seeing Luo Bai calling him god, the smile on Ego's face became even wider. He raised his chin slightly, looked down at Luo Bai, and said, "It's really surprising to be able to feel such a powerful energy in a human being." Seeing that Ego seemed to be completely unaware of the fact that he had fairy power, Luo Bai raised his eyebrows and couldn't help asking, "Then why don't you guess why I have such powerful energy?" In fact, Luo Bai had already given a hint, but Ego didn't seem to appreciate it. "I'm not interested in these things. I'm interested in the power in you. To be honest, I'm pretty happy now. I just found my son, Peter. He has inherited my power perfectly. As long as I combine with him and absorb your power, I can conquer the entire universe. I don't care where your power comes from. I only know that you are a gift, an unexpected surprise given to me by the universe," Igo said with a smile. After being reminded by him, Luo Bai finally remembered. Ego also has another identity. He is Star-Lord's father. Maybe because he has lived long enough, this guy wants to cause trouble. Conquering the universe has been Ego's long-standing goal. He knew that simply absorbing the energy in the universe was not enough for him to conquer the entire universe. So Ego tried to increase his energy in other ways. And this method is actually to reproduce offspring. He hopes to gain greater power to conquer the universe by uniting with the power of future generations. So from a long, long time ago, Ego began to spread seeds throughout the universe. This also includes the planet Earth. Ego has so many children that he probably can't even remember them all. After all, for Ego, he doesn't particularly care whether these children are dead or alive. What he cares about is whether any of his children can inherit his divine genes. If not, he would kill his children. And Star-Lord is the only child who perfectly inherited the genes of God. After learning this, Ego conjured up a duplication and used his duplication to find Star-Lord. He hopes that Star-Lord can agree with him and that the two of them can work together to rule the entire universe. Just now Ego said that he has found Star-Lord? Is it possible? You mean Peter is also on this planet right now? Luo Bai asked. Peter Jason Quill, Star-Lord's real name. And Star-Lord is just a nickname of his. Seeing Luo Bai asking about Peter, Igo frowned and asked, "Do you know my son?" "I don't really know him, I just heard of him. He's a member of the Guardians of the Galaxy. Luo Bai replied calmly. Without waiting for Ego to speak, he asked again, So, Peter is also on your planet now? He's on the other side of the planet, and my other duplication is talking to him. Egg replied calmly. After hearing what he said, Luo Bai understood everything. It coincides with the direction of the plot. It seems that I came at the right time. Otherwise, Star-Lord will blow up the planet, and I won't be able to eat anything I want. Thinking of this, Luo Bai couldn't help but ask, I'm curious, have you talked to your son about your ambitions? Do you think he is really willing to conquer the entire universe with you? Igo shrugged and responded nonchalantly. He has no choice. If he doesn't want to, he will become my forever power bank. I will slowly absorb the energy from him, and so will you. Egg said as he raised his hand. As he finished speaking, blue divine power attacked Luo Bai from all directions. It is not difficult to see from Ego's words and his actions at this time that he seems to want to confine Luo Bai to his own planet. Then he continued to absorb energy from Luo Bai's body. To put it simply, treat Luo Bai as a power bank. Since he is so imaginative, Luo Bai naturally will not resist. Let the power of the gods surround him. According to Ego's original expectation, he would be able to restrain Luo Bai after releasing the power of the gods. Then the power of the gods will begin to absorb the energy from Luo Bai. But what he didn't expect was the powerful divine power just touched Luo Bai, and then it was gone, etc. Why is it gone? Yigo was stunned, looking at Luo Bai, who was standing there steadily and motionlessly. It was visible to the naked eye that there was a puzzled expression on his face. As if sensing something was wrong, Ego released the power of the gods again. The even more powerful and majestic power of the gods roared towards Luo Bai like a ferocious beast. I thought there would be no problem this time. Unexpectedly, the next second, the power of the gods disappeared the moment it touched Luo Bai. At this moment, Ego finally discovered something was wrong. What's going on? Why does my divine power have absolutely no effect on you? Ego muttered, his face becoming more and more confused. Seeing him like this, Luo Bai laughed and teased. Is it possible that the power you just released was not enough? How about some more? Hearing this, Igo was stunned again. What the hell? Not enough power? Please, this is the power of God. And now we are on his planet. Do you know how powerful the Force was just now? If released on Earth, it would be enough to destroy the entire planet. And you told me that this power is not enough? How can a human like you resist the power of God? Ego asked in surprise. The next second, Luo Bai replied nonchalantly. Didn't you say you were God? Then you should have heard of the power of fairies, right? Fairy power? Egg exclaimed. Of course, Egg had heard of the power of the goblins. But the power of fairies is just a legend, and even Ego has never seen it with his own eyes. Fairy power, but isn't it sealed? Egg muttered. Your network is not working. It's time to update it. The fairy power has been released a long time ago. What a coincidence that it happened to be on me. Do you think your divine power can defeat the fairy power? Luo Bai asked. Igo was stunned at that time. He said, how could Luo Bai, a human being, go into the universe to absorb energy and devour planets everywhere? The feelings are due to the power of the fairy. Although Ego didn't quite believe that the fairy power would really appear, he did notice something wrong just now. If it's really because of the fairy power, then it's a big problem. The power of the goblin is not something he can overcome. What's more, now is a critical moment, and he is still persuading his son to agree with him. What if Luo Bai really has the power of a demon? Wouldn't he be doomed? Thinking of this, Ego immediately gathered his strength and tried to drive Luo Bai out of his planet. But now that he's here, how could Luo Bai leave so easily? God, Ego, you're being too unkind. Am I someone who can be summoned and dismissed at will? Seeing what Ego was thinking, Luo Bai couldn't help but tease him. But Yigo did not reply. He seemed to be planning to send Luo Bai away directly, as if nothing had happened. After all, this is Ego's own planet. It shouldn't be difficult for him to expel Luo Bai. But gradually he felt something was wrong. He just waved his hand, and the blue power of the gods instantly gathered into a space portal. I just sent Luo Bai away, and that's what happened. The next second, a yellow portal lit up and Luo Bai stood in the same place again. It was visibly that Igo was silent. He tried again, with the same result. He had just sent Luo Bai away when Luo Bai came back. After trying twice in a row, Igo finally realized something was wrong. It is not so easy to enter his planet. Without his permission, how can ordinary people come and go freely on his planet? This planet is equivalent to Igo's domain space. In his own field, Igo is almost omnipotent. But even so, he couldn't stop Luo Bai from entering and leaving the planet at will. This is too exaggerated. Originally, Igo was still skeptical about the fact that Luo Bai possessed the fairy power, but now it seems that he believes it to some extent. Igo was sure, even if Luo Bai does not have the power of a fairy, he is definitely not immortal. If he interfered with her plan to join forces with her son, she would be losing the big picture for the small. Thinking of this, Igo frowned and asked immediately, "What do you want to do?" Luo Bai was unhappy to hear him say that. "God Igo, your question is strange. It was you who invited me in, so why are you asking me what I want to do?" Luo Bai asked back. Egg was silent. After a long while, Igo slowly began to explain, "I admit that I originally wanted to absorb the power from you. But now that I think about it, my son's matter is more important. I'm a little busy right now and don't have time to take care of you, so I'm giving you a chance. If you want to leave now, it's still not too late." Igo actually wanted to persuade Luo Bai to leave here on his own initiative. But Igo is not a human being after all, he is a god. Over the years, he has become accustomed to being superior. So today's persuasion sounds more like pity. It's like a god is taking pity on humans and is willing to give them a chance to live. Luo Bai was very dissatisfied with this attitude. "God Igo, didn't you just say that you were a god? Why do you get scared when you hear about the power of fairies?" "I'm just a human. What are you afraid of?" Luo Bai asked. As if stimulated by these words, Igo became excited instantly. "Afraid? I'm a god. What should I be afraid of? Do you know what the power of God is, kid? It is an incomparably powerful force. Do you think you can really defeat the power of God? Even if you have fairy power, so what? Fairy power needs to grow, but the power of the gods does not. As long as I unite with my son, I can rule the entire universe. The power of the gods will turn all the planets in the universe into my planets," Igo said angrily. He tried his best to prove that he was the strongest and that the power of God was the most powerful. For someone as conceited as Igo, if you dare to say that he is not strong enough, he will break through his defense to show you. "Look," Luo Bai just muttered softly. Igo's defense was quietly broken. He even blurted out, "The power of fairies is nothing to be feared." Hearing him say this, Luo Bai frowned and asked, "Really? Do you really think that your own divine power could defeat the power of the goblin?" Igo snorted coldly and said, "The power of the fairy is just a rumor. It's hard to say whether it's true or not." Luo Bai finally understood what was said. "You haven't seen it, right? Then I'll let you see it today," Luo Bai said. After saying that, he put away his smile. The next second, a black force emerged from Luo Bai's body. Then in just a moment, it occupied the entire space. When Igo noticed Luo Bai's move, he wanted to counterattack immediately. But before he could do anything, the power of the fairy began to absorb the power of the gods. Fairy power is a domineering force when it wants to possess and occupy a certain power. It will become more powerful than that force. Although Igo's divine power can also be energy absorbed, it needs to be energy absorbed slowly, which is quite time-consuming. But the method of energy absorbing of the fairy power is simple and crude. It can't be said to be absorbed, it feels more like swallowing. So Igo didn't even have a chance to fight back before most of his strength was swallowed up by the fairy power. I was silenced at that time. The originally unruly Igo suddenly changed his expression. "I admit that the power of the gods is indeed not as good as the power of the fairies. Please let me go, please." The speed at which his expression changed was even faster than Luo by turning pages of a book. Seeing him like this, Luo Bai couldn't help but tease. God, Yigo, I still like your unruly look just now. Igo, what rude, asterisk. What kind of perverted thing is this Nema fairy power? This one bite made him work for half his life in vain. Almost all the energy absorbed in my life was swallowed up by the power of the fairy. Now, let alone ruling the universe, even if he combines with his son, it would not be enough to replenish his lost energy. At first, Ego had only heard of the power of fairies, but had never seen it with his own eyes. Now that he had witnessed the terrifying power of the fairies with his own eyes, Ego's attitude had become much more obedient. Actually, there are some misunderstandings between us. I think we could discuss it. I apologize to you for my behavior just now. Ego said quickly. He could already feel that if Luo Bai continued like this, he would probably lose his planet. In order to survive, Igo decided to beg for mercy. His begging for mercy did have some effect, and Luo Bai indeed took back the demon power. Only when he saw Luo Bai taking back the fairy power did Ego finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, Luo Bai suddenly spoke. I am not planning to let you go by taking back the fairy power. I just want to develop sustainably, absorb the divine power in you. Just like what you think of me. Oh, right. What did you tell me before? You wanted me to be a power bank, right? I guess I can't be the one anymore. How about you be the power bank? Luo Bai said casually. After hearing what he said, Igo suddenly seemed to understand something. The power of the fairy requires strength, so Luo Bai set his sights on him. The purpose of entering his planet was to absorb power, which was the same idea as when I was looking for Luo Bai. He originally thought Luo Bai was his prey. After all this time, I am the prey? No problem. I'm happy to provide you with energy. Ego took a deep breath and forced a smile. Then he pulled a curve at the corner of his mouth, uglier than crying, and continued, It is my honor that you have noticed my strength. I am willing to provide you with the power of God at all times, as long as you can let me go. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Luo Bai didn't say anything. This time he did not sign a contract, but directly set up a huge amount of magic circle on Ego's planet. This magic circle connects Luo Bai to himself. Through the magic circle, Luo Bai can easily absorb the power of the gods on the planet Ego. And every move on the planet Ego can be monitored at any time. With such a magic circle, Luo Bai doesn't need to worry about anything else. After finishing everything, Luo Bai smiled and said, I'll leave this energy array here. God Ego, I'm glad to cooperate with you. Igo smiled bitterly and responded, It's a pleasure to work with you. As Ego finished speaking, Luo Bai disappeared from the planet in the blink of an eye. Igo quickly sensed the situation around him. Only after he was sure that Luo Bai had left did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, this Buddha has been sent away. Oh my God, who on earth did I offend? This time, Igo had been planning to unite with his son, but was disturbed by Luo Bai's behavior. Igo decided to give up the alliance. After all, with his current strength, even if he combined the power of Star-Lord to rule the universe, it is unlikely that he would be able to do so. It would be better to let my son grow up a little more, and then we could get together next time. After all, he has to grow up now. Just as I was thinking about it, unexpectedly the magic circle suddenly lit up. Then, the energy of the entire planet began to flow into the magic circle. Igo, no, you're going too far. Where's the promise of continuous energy supply? You just absorb the energy and you come again. Damn it. At this time, Ego was complaining about Luo Bai's crazy energy absorbing behavior on his own planet. But Luo Bai has already returned to Kamartaj. After replenishing some energy, Luo Bai was not so hungry anymore. Luo Bai estimated that the races created in the dimensional space were similar. All he had to do was to fulfill his promise to Odin. Since he wants to temporarily resolve the arrival of Ragnarok, Luo Bai must first influence the plot. For the current plot, Hela is the key. According to the current plot trend, Hela should be coming out soon. Once Hela comes out, Asgard will inevitably be plunged into bloodshed. Since Luo Bai agreed to protect Asgard, he naturally has to solve the problem of Hela first. It is better to do it today than to wait for a day. While Luo Bai is free now, he plans to go directly to Hela. According to the information currently known, Hela should be sealed in the Kingdom of the Dead. As for where the Kingdom of the Dead is, Luo Bai still has to look for it. Thinking of this, Luo Bai immediately turned on his all-seeing perspective and searched the entire universe for Hela's location. Soon, he found the Kingdom of the Dead. The Kingdom of the Dead is now sealed by Odin, and it takes some effort for ordinary people to enter. But it is simple for Luo Bai. Through a portal, Luo Bai arrived at his destination. As soon as he arrived in the Kingdom of the Dead, Luo Bai saw Hela. At this time, Hela was standing in front of Luo Bai. He looked at Luo Bai, who suddenly appeared with a puzzled look. Hela, Odin's eldest daughter. She herself almost forgot how long she had been sealed here. During that long time in the Kingdom of the Dead, Hela had never seen a living person. She was alone from beginning to end, but today seemed different. In the Kingdom of the Dead, a living person came. Out of curiosity, Hela looked at the person who came. The person who came looked young and seemed to be a human, but the aura he exuded was quite different from that of an ordinary human. After looking at it for a long time, Hela slowly asked, "You are the first human to come to my place. I am curious about how you got in." Luo Bai smiled and said, "Didn't you just see me walking in through the door?" If someone had trespassed into the realm of the dead at any other time, Hela would have definitely taken action. But Hela was quite curious when she suddenly saw a living person after being locked up for so long. "Who are you?" Hela asked with interest. Luo Bai politely replied, "Supreme Mage Luo Bai. What are you doing here?" "It was your father who asked me to persuade you." "Father?" When the word father was mentioned, Hela's face, which was originally smiling, suddenly turned dark. After all, she hated her father deeply. Upon learning that Luo Bai was sent by Odin, Hela sneered, "That old immortal thing seems to know that he doesn't have many days left to live. Although I have been in prison here for a long time, does he look down on me so much that he actually lets you punish me?" "Immortal," Hela said, raising her chin slightly. The Asgard gods usually like to call humans on Earth mortals, because in their eyes mortals are weak. Now, as a mortal, Luo Bai was sent by Odin. It was normal for Hela to say that. However, Luo Bai shook his head and said with a smile, "I think you misunderstood. I'm not here to punish you. I am here to discuss cooperation with you." "Cooperate?" Hela frowned. A mortal not only has the courage to enter the realm of the dead, but even says he wants to cooperate with her. Hela smiled and asked slowly, "How do you want to cooperate with me?" "Of course it's friendly cooperation. I rescue you, and you go back to your Asgard and be a good god and give up conquering the universe. How about we work together to protect the beautiful Earth? The Earth is what you Asgardians often call Midgard." Luo Bai said with a smile, his tone polite. Hela laughed when she heard this. She asked, "I thought you could come up with some creative collaboration. Save me? Odin can't control me anymore. I'll be able to get out in a while. Didn't he tell you that?" Luo Bai smiled and said, "Of course I know that. Now that you know, there is nothing more to talk about. Go back and tell Odin that when I get out, I will take back everything he once owed me. I will become the master of Asgard, and I will lead Asgard's soldiers to conquer the entire universe." Hela said, with determination on her face. She still remembered that this was what Odin had said to her a long, long time ago when she had not been sealed. Odin said, "My daughter, Hela, together we will conquer the universe." At that time, she fought for Odin. But what about now? Odin became the king of gods and ruled the country with kindness. She, the greatest contributor, became a target of public condemnation and was sealed away by Odin in this dark place. She hated it, so she wanted to take it all back. I can see Hela's hatred, but I also understand that Hela may have misunderstood. Luo Bai smiled and explained, "I think you misunderstood. I am not Odin's subordinate. To be more precise, I should be considered the future manager of Asgard." Hela was stunned. Her expression was obviously a little surprised. "Administrator? You are not from Asgard. Will he make you the God King?" Hela said. Luo Bai didn't say anything, but showed the contract to Hela. Hela took the contract and frowned as she read it. Originally, Hela thought that Luo Bai was a subordinate sent by Odin to punish her, but she never expected that the mortal in front of her seemed unusual. How could Odin sign such an unequal agreement with him? Ever since Odin started preaching about ruling the 9 realms with kindness, he has become very reasonable. Everyone in Asgard thinks Odin is kind and benevolent, but Hela doesn't think so. Because Hela had seen Odin's battles, he was cruel and violent. He led his army to conquer one country after another. Odin was decisive during the war. He did not listen to any reason and suppressed everything with violence. In Hela's impression, it is absolutely impossible for Odin to sign such an unequal contract. After all, this contract is a scam no matter how you look at it. The contract states that Luo Bai not only has the right to directly manage Asgard, but can also absorb Asgard power at any time. Will Odin agree to this condition? Hela once doubted the authenticity of the agreement, but there is indeed the breath of Asgard's power on it. This proves that this agreement was indeed signed by Odin himself. Hela was curious. Who are you? Why would Odin be willing to sign such a contract with you? Hela asked. Luo Bai took back the contract and replied calmly. Didn't I tell you? My name is Luo Bai, and I am the Supreme Mage. Hela had heard of the lineage of the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One. Before she was sealed, the Supreme Sorcerer on Earth was the Ancient One. The Sorcerer Supreme is said to live in a place called Taj. But at that time, Odin and the Supreme Sorcerer's lineage were not particularly connected. How come they're not only connected now, but also have formed such an unequal cooperative relationship? Hela was quite confused. But even though she was confused, she didn't want to figure it out. It's none of my business. He won't live long anyway. When I rule Asgard, I won't recognize this contract, Hela said. There was disdain in his eyes. No matter what Odin said, there was no way she would acknowledge this contract. But she couldn't help but sigh. As a god king, he is becoming more and more useless. It's time for him to give up this position. Hela muttered. As she spoke, a smile appeared on Hela's face. Apparently, she is now very confident about returning to Asgard. But after hearing what she said, Luo Bai couldn't help but frown and asked back. Do you mean that Asgard wants to break the contract? Hela smiled and asked casually. This is the contract you signed with Odin. What does it have to do with me? Luo Bai said in a deep voice. But you are from Asgard, and you are Odin's daughter. Hela's face darkened, and she replied in a deep voice. Odin fears you, but I do not fear you. Mage of Taj, humph. Hela snorted. Judging from her tone, she seemed to look down on the mage. This made Luo Bai curious, and he couldn't help asking, You don't seem to know the mages of Taj. Of course I understand. I came into contact with the so-called wizards of Taj before I was sealed. They were nothing special. Only the one called Ancient One seemed okay. Hela muttered. Luo Bai admitted this. Except for the Ancient One Sorcerer Supreme, Taj's overall strength is not high. But that's because you don't understand Taj today, and you don't understand me even more, Luo Bai said. Hela smiled. I will understand you soon, when I get out and return to Asgard to regain my power. Asgard, Midgard, the Asgard you mentioned, and even the entire universe. I will understand it well. Hela's eyes were firm. Hela is an Asgardian after all, and her power comes from Asgard. When Hela returns to Asgard, her power will be uncontrollable and she will be more powerful than ever before. Hela is still able to talk to Luo Bai properly and has not resorted to violence. It's all because her strength hasn't fully recovered. But when she returns to Asgard, everything will be different. Now, I'm sealed by Odin, and I can't do anything to you. But it will be different later. What's your name? Luo Bai, right? I will remember you, and when I get out, I will come to find you. Hela said meaningfully. From her eyes and what she said, Luo Bai knew that there was no room for negotiation between them. Thinking of this, Luo Bai shook his head and sighed helplessly. You mean there is nothing we can discuss? Hela didn't say anything, choosing silence. From her attitude, it can be seen that she does not intend to say anything more to Luo Bai. I just want to wait until I get out before talking. Luo Bai understood her attitude. Since you want to go back to Asgard so much, I will let you go back to Asgard. I really want to see whether you can rule the 9 realms and defeat me after returning to Asgard. Luo Bai said. The next second, before Hela could react, Luo Bai opened the portal and sent Hela directly to Asgard. After sending Hela over, Luo Bai followed. At this time, in the main hall of Asgard, Odin was scolding his 2 sons. To be honest, Odin was very angry. After returning from Kamartaj, Odin became more and more angry. Why are my 2 sons not as good as others? In a fit of anger, Odin wanted to scold Thor first, so he sent someone to find Thor. As a result, the people sent to search Asgard couldn't find Thor. Odin was puzzled. How could Thor, who is so big, not be seen? In a fit of anger, Odin simply went to look for it himself. Result: he found Thor in the dungeon. At this moment, Thor was being played around by Loki. Loki was seen lying leisurely on the dungeon floor, opening portals one after another. And Loki's brother, the god of thunder, Loki was actually playing with him between portals one after another. Seeing this scene, Odin couldn't hold back any longer. No, are these 2 sons of mine poisonous? He is so old. He runs around asking for help for the survival of Asgard. As a result, my 2 sons, one is teasing his elder brother, the other is being teased by his younger brother. You are the god of thunder, after all. The future god king of Asgard. A small portal magic can trap you here and prevent you from leaving. The more he thought about it, the angrier Odin became. In a fit of anger, he disregarded his status as the god king. He slapped each of his 2 sons in the dungeon, and then took them to the main hall of Asgard. In this way, Thor and Loki kept kneeling in the main hall. Kneeling until now. Odin has been sitting on the throne, silent until now. At first, the angry Thor still argued. He said something like Luo Bai taught Loki magic and acted very angry. After being scolded by Odin, he now became silent. The 3 of them stayed in the main hall, and no one spoke. The 3 of them were silent. Hela suddenly appeared in the main hall. The moment he saw Hela, Odin's face turned dark. No, why did Hela come out now? Isn't this right? Logically speaking, she shouldn't come out at this time? I'm still in Asgard. How could Hela break the seal? But when Odin saw Luo Bai appear, he understood everything. Hela is sealed in the realm of the dead. This seal was set by Odin himself. Generally speaking, it is difficult for anyone to break through the seal and enter the kingdom of the dead without Odin's instructions. But if that person was Luo Bai, it would be different. After all, Luo Bai's growth rate is really scary now, and he has the power of fairies. If it were him, he would indeed be able to release Hela. After all, Odin has spent too much divine power to seal Hela. Ragnarok is coming again, and now his seal is no longer so strong. Luo Bai wanted to bring Hela out. It was easy. But something is wrong. Didn't Luo Bai promise to protect Asgard? Why did he want to release Hela? Odin was wondering, but he hadn't spoken yet. Hela spoke. Asgard, I'm back again. Hela took a deep breath as she spoke. This breath made the originally weak Hela regain her full blood instantly. In Asgard, Hela's power continues to return. Hela, who originally looked a little haggard, became energetic immediately after absorbing the power. Seeing her like this, Odin knew that he could no longer control Hela. But Odin didn't understand. He looked at Luo Bai and asked, "Did you take her back to Asgard?" "Yes. God King, I sent your daughter back," Luo Bai said with a smile. Odin frowned and asked in confusion, "We have signed a contract. I don't understand why you did this." Luo Bai smiled and replied calmly, "It is precisely because we signed a contract that I have to ensure that Asgard has no safety risks. Obviously, your daughter is a hidden danger, so I sealed her. But you won't be able to seal it anymore soon, right?" The two were chatting with questions and answers, and their words confused everyone present. The most confused among them is Sol. Sol is a man who can't hold back his words. When he heard Luo Bai say, "your daughter," to Odin, there felt bad all over. How come he doesn't know that his father has a daughter? Thinking of this, Sol immediately interrupted the conversation between the two and asked, "Wait, what are you talking about? Who is this woman? What does daughter mean?" Before Odin could answer, Hela smiled and said, "Hello, my brother Thor. Thor was even more confused and immediately asked Odin, "Father, what is going on?" Odin knew that the matter could no longer be kept secret, so he simply took this opportunity to tell the truth. "She is right, Thor. She is your sister, my eldest daughter, Hela, the goddess of death." At this point, Sol finally knew that he actually had a sister. "Why have I never seen her in Asgard?" Thor couldn't help but ask. Odin sighed and spoke tiredly. "Because her ambition is too great, she wants to rule the entire universe." "I can only do this, Thor." As soon as Odin finished speaking, Hela smiled. "Oh, do I want to rule the entire universe? My dear father, the great God King?" Hela asked, with sarcasm in her tone. I don't know if it was because her words stimulated Odin, but Odin immediately said angrily, "War is never the best choice. If we want peace, we can only stop war." Hela sneered and replied with an almost cold voice, "Why didn't you say that when you asked me to fight for you? The 9 realms have been unified, and you have become the God King. You told me that you want peace? The person who actively wanted to provoke the war was you, Odin." Hela became more and more angry as she spoke, and even called Odin by his first name. But Odin was not angry, and even chose to remain silent. After all, Odin also knew that what he did in this matter was indeed wrong. For Hela, Odin felt more guilty. But he had no choice. He had no choice. Odin's silence did not win Hela's concession. She hated Odin so much, but she had just been enduring it before. Now that she has returned to Asgard and seen how old Odin has become, she feels that she does not need to endure it any longer. "This time I come back, I want to take back everything that belongs to me. Odin, this position has always been mine. I will fulfill your original wish and unify the entire universe with Asgard," said Hela. As she spoke, Hela raised her right hand. Soon a pure black sword appeared in Hela's hand. She raised her sword and was about to stab Odin. Seeing her attack, Thor immediately swung his hammer at Hela. Although this action blocked Hela's attack, Thor was thrown out by Hela's powerful force and hit hard against the pillar beside the hall. Fortunately, Thor is quite tough. This attack did not cause any actual damage to Thor. Thor quickly stood up and angrily said to Hela, "I don't care if you are my sister or not, and I don't care if there was any grudge between you and my father, but as long as I am here, you must not lay a hand on my father." Thor spoke firmly, his eyes filled with anger. Seeing him like this, Hela smiled. "It's great to be young. When I was as young as you, I also believed in him and stood firmly by his side, but what happened in the end? What did my dear father do to me in the end?" At this point, Hela's eyes turned colder. Rage said, "He sealed me and made me stay in the dark kingdom of the dead for thousands of years. Hypocritical Odin. Hypocritical God King. That's because your ambitions are too big. War will only bring unrest to the entire 9 realms." Thor retorted immediately. Hela asked with a smile, "Is that how he taught you? It seems that you have been taught very well by him, my dear brother. No wonder he wants to pass the position to you. But are you really worthy of being the God King?" Saul is a man with a very strong sense of self-esteem. Thor was very dissatisfied with being provoked by Hela. "You will know whether I am worthy or not," Thor said, and then gathered the powerful power of Thor and threw the hammer of Thor out. Normally, no one except Odin can take the attack of Thor's hammer. But Hela not only caught Thor's hammer with one hand, but also exerted force and directly crushed Thor's hammer. Boom! The powerful force of thunder and lightning spread in the main hall of Asgard. When everything calmed down, everyone discovered that Thor's hammer had now turned into pieces of rubble. Thor, who was young and frivolous and wanted to fight Hela to the death, was stunned after seeing this scene. No, crushed Thor's hammer with bare hands? Is his sister so powerful? Huh, is this all you have? Hela laughed sarcastically. Thor, although judging from the strength, Thor knew that he would definitely not be able to win. But Thor's strong self-esteem made him unwilling to admit defeat. Especially since Hela crushed his weapon, Thor became even angrier. He raised his fists and started fighting. The result was very tragic. Thor was beaten by Hela without any chance to fight back. Loki, who was watching from the side, began to worry. TSK, too tragic. Oh, my dear brother, he was not really beaten to death, was he? It seems that Hela is now on a killing spree in Asgard and is about to get out of control. The weak Odin looked at Luo Bai and said seriously, "It was a very unwise choice for you to let Hela out." Luo Bai shook his head and responded, "She is your daughter after all. I think she should be reasonable." Odin sighed helplessly. "She is like this now. Do you think you can reason with her? And I tried to reason with her before, but she didn't want to listen at all." Luo Bai shook his head and said, "That's because your method is wrong." Odin was stunned and asked, "Do you have a good idea?" "Of course, I am best at convincing people with reason." Luo Bai spoke confidently. Before Odin could ask Luo Bai what the so-called good idea was, Luo Bai looked at Hela, who was running wild, and then he gathered his strength and punched Hela. This punch directly broke through the ground of Asgard's main hall, and Hela was knocked directly into the hole by this punch. With almost no hesitation, Luo Bai also followed into the cave. As soon as he entered the cave, Luo Bai saw Hela lying on the ground, unable to move. He did not attack again, but just floated in the air and said to Hela, "Hela, I think you are mistaken. Your opponent this time is me. If you want to become the God King of Asgard and rule the universe, including the Earth, first of all, you have to defeat me." Now in Asgard, Hela's strength recovered quickly. Although Luo Bai's punch did cause considerable damage to Hela, Hela recovered quickly. "I almost forgot about you, Supreme Sorcerer," Hela said as she stood up from the ground. She pretended to be relaxed as she tidied her appearance, then continued, "I thought you were different from other mages, but it turns out you're just better at sneak attacks than them." After saying that, Hela's eyes became sharp. She raised her hands, and soon two pure black swords appeared in her hands. The moment the long sword appeared, Hela attacked Luo Bai at an extremely fast speed. Facing Hela's fierce attack, Luo Bai remained calm. He didn't hide, but just complained in confusion. "Do all you Asgardians like close combat?" The moment he finished speaking, Luo Bai opened the portal with his mind. Now Luo Bai almost doesn't need to cast the teleportation magic in advance. But as soon as he thinks about it, the yellow portal will appear in front of Luo Bai. Because Hela was moving so fast, she had no time to brake when the portal opened. With a sudden dash, Hela rushed directly into the teleporter and was locked up. Luo Bai has tested this trick before. When used on Loki or Thor, it works very well. After all, these two brothers have no idea how to crack the teleportation magic. But Hela was obviously different. She easily cracked the teleportation magic. Just as Hela was locked in the portal by Luo Bai, she opened the portal and teleported out by herself. She teleported behind Luo Bai, and the moment she came out, she threw the sword in her hand towards Luo Bai. The speed of the long sword was so fast that it could tear the air apart. An ordinary mage would probably not be able to react in time. However, Luo Bai had already noticed the location where Hela appeared. Not only Luo Bai noticed it, but even the magic cloak on his body noticed it. Before Luo Bai could even do anything, the magic cloak detached from his body and rushed towards Hela's sword. The magic cloak quickly wrapped around the long sword thrown by Hela and started fighting with the long sword. The final result is needless to say. The magic cloak not only won, but even wrapped around the long sword and then swung it sideways. He swung the sword at Hela. Although this attack was not enough to frighten Hela, she caught the sword easily. But this action made Hela take a fancy to this magic cloak. She stopped attacking and looked at the magic cloak on Luo Bai. She couldn't help but admire. "This cloak you're wearing is very good. It's much better than the pile of scrap metal collected by Odin." Seeing her say that, Luo Bai smiled and said, "I won't give you this magic weapon, so forget it." Hela snorted coldly. "I don't need to ask for your consent, because after I defeat you, I will keep this treasure in Asgard." "Defeat me? You are quite brave," Luo Bai said with a smile. After saying this, Luo Bai seemed to remember something and couldn't help but complain. "However, you are indeed much stronger than your two brothers. Your two brothers can't even break the teleportation magic." Hela sneered and couldn't help but mocking. Don't compare these two guys to me. When I led Asgard to conquer the universe, they didn't even know where they were. Luo Bai always felt that Odin's 3 children had similar personalities. Although Loki is not his biological son, but without mentioning anything else, all 3 children are quite arrogant. The funniest thing is that these 3 kids look down on each other, which is really hilarious. If Hela can put aside all her hatred and stay in Asgard, Asgard will definitely be very lively in the future. Thinking of this, Luo Bai couldn't help but say, if you 3 siblings live together, it would be quite fun. If the 2 of them are willing to submit to me and conquer the universe with me, I will be willing to spare their lives. The same goes for you, said Hela. In fact, Luo Bai didn't really want to fight with Hela. He still hoped to persuade Hela to voluntarily give up the idea of conquering the universe. After all, Hela's power comes from Asgard, and as long as Asgard is there, Hela cannot die. If Hela is really to be dealt with, there is no other way but to destroy Asgard. But letting Asgard be destroyed is not a good thing for Luo Bai. So after thinking about it, Luo Bai began to persuade him earnestly. In fact, this universe is not as easy to conquer as you think. Your father gave up for a reason. He was just a coward. In the entire universe, who can stop me? You don't think you can really stop me, do you? Hela asked back. In fact, after a simple test just now, Hela also realized that Luo Bai was not simple. You have to know that every attack she launched just now was not something that an ordinary magician could resist. Luo Bai not only resisted, but also did it with ease. This proved that this guy was much stronger than she thought. Hela knew very well that Luo Bai didn't really want to fight. He is still hiding, concealing his strength. This made Hela a little angry. After all, Luo Bai's behavior simply showed that he looked down on her. It was as if Luo Bai was a high and mighty god, and she was just the mortal. Luo Bai's attitude was obviously the same. Facing her provocation and attack, she acted very familiar with it. Because gods cannot be defeated, they dare to act so recklessly. But obviously, she is God. She is the goddess of death, a mortal who has learned some magic. Why dare you treat her like this? Foolish human wizard. You have no idea how powerful the gods are. You will pay the price for your arrogance. My army, wake up, Hela said angrily. The next second, she mobilized all the power of Asgard. As the power of Asgard gathered, Hela disappeared. When Hela reappeared, she was already riding her former mount, the giant wolf Fenrir. Behind her appeared the army of undead that had accompanied her on battles in the past. I've played with you long enough. Now I'm going to take back everything I've lost. Anyone who stops me will die. Hela roared again. Then she waved her hand, and the undead army and the giant wolf Fenrir rushed towards Luo Bai. I thought such a scene would at least make Luo Bai a little more serious. What Hela didn't expect was that, facing the giant wolf Fenrir and the undead army, Luo Bai remained calm, as usual, and even his expression didn't change much. He just frowned slightly, and then a black force suddenly burst out from his body. Before Hela could figure out what this force was, it enveloped the entire Asgard. The moment the power came into contact with the undead army and the giant wolf Fenrir, the undead army and the giant wolf Fenrir were shattered and turned into black smoke and disappeared. Hela was unable to resist this powerful force and fell to the ground. After everything calmed down, Luo Bai stood quietly and asked, "With only these few tricks, do you think you can conquer the universe?" This time Hela was silent, but she couldn't help thinking in her heart, "No, what kind of monster is this guy?" Hela's impression of the human mage remained before he was sealed. At that time, both humans and human mages were very weak. The fundamental reason is that human genes determine that they cannot have a stronger upper limit. The appearance of Luo Bai broke her stereotype of humans. Why did she feel that the human in front of her was different from the one she had imagined? What kind of power just exploded from his body? She actually destroyed the undead army she just resurrected and the giant wolf Fenrir? And it was just one strike, total destruction? Although the giant wolf Fenrir and the undead army she resurrected are now just puppets and are not as powerful as when they were alive. but it's not that vulnerable. One skill, the whole army was annihilated? Even if you ask her to do it herself, she can't do it. What kind of monster is this Luo Bai? It was so surprising that Hela couldn't help but exclaimed in a trembling voice, "Impossible! This is impossible. You are just a human mage. How can you have such a powerful ability? It's impossible for humans, and it's impossible for mages either. But the power of fairies can." Luo Bai replied calmly. "Fairy power? What is that?" Hela asked confusedly. "That is a kind of power born in the universe. You don't even know that? You still want to conquer the universe?" Luo Bai asked back. Hela said nothing. She really didn't know the power of fairies. Although she led the army to conquer the 9 realms, when she wanted to expand into the universe, Odin stopped her and sealed her. So she has never faced a powerful enemy in the universe. Hela didn't know what existed in the universe. She just felt that she was invincible in the 9 realms and that her strength was enough to conquer the universe. But she was still too confident. The power of the fairy is just one of the forces in the universe. But the enemies in the universe are far more terrifying than you can imagine. Have you heard of the Celestials? Have you heard of Chaos and the Lord of Order? Have you seen the 5 great gods of creation? You know nothing, but you really think you can conquer the entire universe? Hela, actually what your father said is not entirely unreasonable. Being the goddess of death of Asgard and protecting the 9 realms is the best choice for Asgard and you, Luo Bai said. His tone was calm, but the expression on his face was not as nonchalant as before and even looked a bit serious. After all, what Luo Bai just said was not just Hela's enemy. In the future, they are more likely to be the enemies of the earth and his enemies. His words at this moment seemed more like persuading Hela than admonishing himself. Thinking of this, Luo Bai became serious. Luo Bai knows the true situation of the universe and even the entire multi-universe, so he's been constantly getting stronger and improving himself while keeping a relatively low profile. But for Hela, who has never seen or understood the outside world and is arrogant, not only did she not understand what Luo Bai said, she was also not afraid. Now she felt only shame. She is the goddess of death. She fought with distinction in Asgard. She led the Asgard soldiers to conquer the 9 realms and never lost a single battle. But now, she has no way to deal with a human mage. She was unwilling to give in, so Hela shouted angrily, "You want me to submit to you like Odin, unless you kill me first?" In fact, at this moment, she said this not because she looked down on Luo Bai. It's because she doesn't dare to admit her failure. She couldn't accept it, so she became irritable. She launched a crazy attack on Luo Bai. 3 black swords continued to attack Luo Bai. Her temper made her attack seem disorganized. It's not like the mages of Kamartaj are incapable of close combat, so it's very easy for Luo Bai to break them. Releasing the form of Akin, Luo Bai instantly transformed into hundreds of duplications to fight against Hela. The form of Akin can not only transform into countless duplications, and each duplication can possess the strength of the original body. Hela can't even defeat Luo Bai alone, not to mention 100 Luo Bais. She was attacked by Luo Bai's countless duplications, and at first Hela was able to cope with it. Later on, Hela couldn't hold on any longer. The Luo Bais punched Hela one by one, and she was unable to defend herself and was defeated. Hela couldn't tell which one was Luo Bai's real body, so she could only yell hysterically, "I can die on a battlefield, but I will not stop conquering this universe. I sacrificed so many warriors to conquer the universe. How can Odin be worthy of the sacrifices of those warriors?" Hearing Hela say this, Luo Bai stopped instantly. He took back all the duplications, then flew down from midair and landed in front of Hela. He looked at Hela, whose eyes were determined. Although it's not quite right to say this, he actually sympathizes with Hela. Since Hela was born, Odin has taught her to conquer the universe. Odin trained Hela to be a tool for war, but in the end he disowned her because he thought she was too ambitious and cruel. In fact, the root of all this lies with Odin, and the person who is wrong is also Odin. Hela was actually a victim, But it seems that there's no turning back. If Hela is unwilling to give up conquering the universe, keeping her around will be a problem for Earth. After all, she could get into big trouble at any time. Thinking of this, Luo Bai sighed and said, I don't want to attack you because your death may lead to the destruction of Asgard. Since you are so determined now and would rather die than give up, then I can only re-establish the order of Asgard, Luo Bai said as his voice fell. The next second, Luo Bai released the power of the fairy. The fairy power appeared and instantly covered the entire Asgard, accompanied by Luo Bai's order. The fairy power began to absorb and devour Hela crazily. Hela thought about resisting, but how could she defeat the power of the fairy? Therefore, her attack was unable to stop the fairy power at all. No matter how she struggled, her strength was constantly being absorbed by the fairy power. Realizing the powerful force of the fairy in front of her, Hela showed fear for the first time. What is this? Why can it absorb the power of Asgard? Hela asked in surprise. Luo Bai did not answer, but just let the fairy power continue to absorb Hela's ability. Hela could feel the strength draining away from her. This feeling is terrible, because it didn't destroy Hela instantly, nor did it kill Hela instantly. Instead, draining away Hela's strength bit by bit. Although in Asgard, Hela can continuously strengthen herself by absorbing Asgard's divine power. But she didn't know why. She felt that she was not absorbing as fast as the fairy's power. Perhaps because he sensed Hela's thoughts, Luo Bai taunted her. The little divine power you have absorbed may not be enough for the fairy power. How about absorbing more? Hela. At this moment, Hela finally understood why Odin agreed to sign such a contract with Luo Bai. Before Luo Bai released those abilities, Hela didn't think anything was wrong. But as soon as the fairy power came out, Hela felt something was wrong. What the hell is this? It's so scary. It was actually absorbing her ability, and it couldn't be stopped. Now Hela has only two choices. One is to have all the energy sucked out of the body and wait for death. One is surrender. Although Hela is a very tough and arrogant person, but in the face of absolute strength. If you want to live, you have to make the right choices. Since ancient times, victors have been kings and losers have been bandits. Hela understands this better than anyone else. So after realizing that she couldn't deal with the fairy power at all, Hela immediately decided to know the situation. I lose, and I promise you that I will give up conquering the universe, Hela said sincerely. At this moment, Hela had lost her previous arrogance, and the speed at which she admitted her mistake was in stark contrast to before. There is no way, no matter how proud you are, life is more important. Of course, she admitted defeat, but Luo Bai did not order the fairy power to stop, but said with regret, Unfortunately, it's too late. I gave you a chance before, but you didn't cherish it. Hela was stunned for a moment and continued, As long as you can let me go, from today on, I will obey your orders. In my heart, you are the only ruler of Asgard. Luo Bai didn't say anything. Hela said again, I am much stronger than Loki and Thor. It will be useful for you to keep me, but they are much simpler than you. If you don't believe me, we can sign a contract. Odin signed a contract with you. So can I, as long as you stop absorbing my power. Hela begged again. This time, Luo Bai finally took back the fairy power. The fairy power has now absorbed most of Hela's strength, so Hela is obviously much weaker now. As soon as the fairy power stopped, she knelt on one knee on the ground, her face pale. He breathed heavily, absorbing Asgard's divine power to recover. Luo Bai ignored her weakness and handed her a contract. Sign it. Hela barely looked at the contents of the contract before signing it. After she signed, Luo Bai took back the contract and took a look at it. He couldn't help but complain. It would have been better if it had been done earlier. You have to give some strength to the fairy power. TSK, TSK. After saying this, Luo Bai left without looking back and returned to the main hall of Asgard. At this time, Odin was sitting on the throne. Seeing Odin, Luo Bai took out the contract and said, Okay, your daughter has thought it through. She promised that she would not conquer the universe again, and she is willing to stay in Asgard and be a good god and protect the earth. Odin, did Nima figure out? Didn't you almost beat me to death? Is this what you said? You were good at convincing people with reason? Odin couldn't help but ask. Yes, just tell me whether she is convinced or not. Luo Bai asked seriously. Odin, ITM. Odin originally thought that Luo Bai's words about convincing people with reason were about reasoning with Hela. Didn't expect to use force? No, you call this convincing people with reason? This is clearly a way of subduing people by force, right? Odin was stunned, with a bit of helplessness in his shocked eyes. Of course, there is helplessness, but it should be said that the final effect was quite good. Odin had never dared to imagine that her daughter, who was so stubborn, would voluntarily admit defeat and beg for mercy. Thinking of this, Odin couldn't help but sigh. Hela has always been strong. I never thought she would bow to you. That's because she hasn't been beaten enough and doesn't have enough social experience. If she could be put into the multi-universe to gain some experience, she would be obedient. Luo Bai analyzed calmly. Odin didn't say anything, but after thinking about it, he felt that what Luo Bai said was right. Hela's personality is actually similar to Odin's. Odin was like this at that time, fearless. He always felt that he was strong enough at that time. There is no doubt that he and Hela can conquer the entire universe together. Until he came into contact with the entire universe, the multi-universe. Only then did he realize that it was impossible for him to conquer the universe. Because there are many people who are stronger than him and stronger than Asgard. It was then that Odin realized that the gods of Asgard were not real gods at all. They could only be called gods. Seeing his own insignificance clearly, Odin finally chose to give up. He wanted to persuade Hela to give up conquering the universe, but Hela didn't believe him at all. Actually, think about it. Hela is just like him, proud and conceited. If she had not witnessed with her own eyes those horrible existences in the multi-universe, how could she have given up? Thinking of this, Odin couldn't help but mutter, maybe I was wrong. I should have let her go to the multi-universe to have a look. Hearing him say this, Luo Bai couldn't help but say a few words about Odin. Although I know you have many children and I can't treat them all equally, but sometimes you are too partial. Compared to your two children, you are too harsh on Hela. Let's put everything aside, at least in terms of strength. Hela is much stronger than Loki and Thor. These two guys can't even use teleportation magic now. Luo Bai complained. At this time, Loki and Thor were still standing in the main hall and had not left, so they could hear the conversation between Luo Bai and Odin clearly. It would be fine if we didn't mention teleportation magic, but I get angry when I mention Thor. It was because he didn't get the chance before, but now that he got the chance, Thor immediately asked angrily, Luo Bai, did you teach Loki the teleportation magic? This sentence interrupted the conversation between Luo Bai and Odin. Seeing Thor so angry, Luo Bai asked in confusion, Yeah, what's wrong? The next second, Thor yelled with almost gnashing teeth. It's you. If you hadn't taught him, I wouldn't have been trapped in the dungeon by him and couldn't get out. After hearing what Thor said, Luo Bai seemed to understand a little. He frowned and couldn't help asking, could it be that, ever since I taught Loki the teleportation magic to leave Asgard last time, you've been trapped in the portal by Loki? Before Thor could speak, Loki gloated and said, That's right. By the way, Luo Bai, I can now open 4 doors at once. I can throw Thor like a ball and specify which door he should appear in. I have to say, your teleportation magic is really useful. Luo Bai. To be honest, Luo Bai thought that after learning the magic of teleportation, Loki would definitely play a trick on his brother. But Luo Bai never thought that he could play with his brother for so long and even do some fancy tricks. Thinking of this, Luo Bai complained helplessly, Soul, you really should improve yourself. Thor seemed to want to say something, but before he could finish his words, Odin started to curse. Thor, at this point you still don't know where you are wrong? As the heir to the future God King of Asgard, a portal can trap you. You are bringing shame to Asgard. Thor was obviously speechless. He is clearly the victim. Why is everyone criticizing him? Look at your sister, my eldest daughter Hela. How come she is not trapped by such basic magic? Odin cursed again while wondering. At this moment, Thor was silent. It wasn't because he had figured it out, but because he was still a little unconvinced. Thor originally thought that, apart from Odin, he should be the strongest fighter in Asgard. But now Hela suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and her fighting power was higher than his. So Thor was, of course, a little unconvinced. After hearing what Odin said, Thor immediately retorted, "She was just born a little earlier than me. Give me some more time, and I will definitely surpass her." Looking at Thor, Odin felt helpless. All of his children have this kind of personality and are stubborn. Could he not be helpless? Of course, he didn't have time to scold Thor at this moment. While everyone was there, Odin decided to make an important announcement. "I, the father of the gods, am here to announce today. Luo Bai will become Thor's teacher in the future and have the final decision-making power in Asgard. The God King must obtain Luo Bai's consent before making major decisions. At the same time, Luo Bai also has the right to impeach the God King at any time." As soon as Odin finished speaking, Thor realized something was wrong. Wait, that's what his dad said. Why do I feel like I only have the title of God King, while the real power is in Luo Bai's hands? The more Thor thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. So he immediately asked Odin, "Father, what do you mean by this? I am the future God King of Asgard. Why should I obey Luo Bai's arrangements after I become the God King?" "Because you are conceited and foolish. You have all the strength, but not the corresponding wisdom. You need help, Thor," Odin said seriously. Thor wanted to say something else, but Odin stopped him with his hand and continued. "This is an order from Odin, the father of the gods. The gods of Asgard only need to follow my orders strictly." Now, Thor understood. What my father said was not a discussion, but an order. Although Thor was somewhat unhappy, he did not dare to disobey Odin's order and could only agree. Soon, Odin's order spread throughout Asgard. After everyone in Asgard received this order, Odin opened his mouth again and announced another important event. Odin, the God King of Asgard, will abdicate today and live in seclusion with Queen Frigga. My son, Thor, the god of thunder, will officially take over Asgard and become the God King of Asgard." When the news was announced, everyone was stunned. No one seemed to expect that Odin would choose to abdicate so quickly. Even Thor was a little surprised. "Why is this, father?" Thor asked, puzzled. Odin did not answer, but replied calmly, "Don't you want to be the king of Asgard? Now, your wishes come true." Thor was stunned and quickly responded, "I really want to be the God King, but I don't understand why you, my father, choose to abdicate and live in seclusion now." Odin smiled and said, "I'm a little tired and want to rest." Really, Odin is now very weak, even though Luo Bai released Hela in advance. It can allow him to take a breath and use this power to prolong his life for a while. But at this time, Odin was indeed no longer suitable to be the king of gods. In fact, he had wanted to leave a long time ago, but he was worried because the Ragnarok issue had not been resolved and Hela's problem had not been solved. Now that these two things have been settled, Odin just wants to rest, go to places in the universe that he has never been to. This time, it's not a battle, but a journey. Thinking of this, Odin stood up and walked down from the throne and finally disappeared into the main hall. It was not until Odin left that everyone finally came to their senses. Honestly, it was too sudden. Odin's abdication was too sudden. It was so sudden that even Thor was a little confused. But when Thor reacted, he felt something was wrong. Logically speaking, he should be happy now that he has become the God King. But why can't he be happy at all? Just as he was thinking about it, Loki's next words completely broke Thor's defense. Loki walked up to Luo Bai with a smile, and then said respectfully, "Dear King of Asgard, welcome to Asgard. I am the god of trickery, the god of the 9 realms. Oh no, I am the first mage of Asgard. From now on, I will serve you wholeheartedly." Thor! He was so angry that his face turned red. After a long while, he managed to utter, "Loki, I am the God King of Asgard." Loki snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Of course, you are a false God King on the surface." Ever since Odin announced to the gods that his brother Thor would inherit the throne of Asgard and become the God King, Loki had been holding back his breath. He couldn't understand very much. Thor was so stupid that he could become the God King, so why couldn't he? Although Loki found the answer, because he is not his biological child. But Loki still refused to accept Thor's inheritance of the throne. After all, in Loki's opinion, there is no difference between Thor and a fool. Sol has been deceived and fooled time and again since he was a child. Let Thor become the king of gods, and Asgard will not know what it will be like in the future. Fortunately, his father is not stupid yet. Knowing that Sol was now in a difficult position, he thought of letting Luo Bai supervise the country. Although Luo Bai is not from Asgard, think about it carefully. Compared to Thor, Luo Bai is indeed more suitable to be the God King. Thinking of this, Loki couldn't help but sigh. What a pity. If Luo Bai was from Asgard, he would be the God King. I quite support him becoming the God King. Loki's voice was not loud, but it caused a lot of harm to Thor's young mind. Big day. He finally managed to get into the position of God King. When he looked up, Luo Bai was standing in front of him. His sister and brother also recognized him. It's just, the sky is falling. The more he thought about Thor, the more depressed he became. He asked with a bit of grievance in his tone, "Why? You are my brother. You should support me, Loki. Why would you support an outsider? He is not even an Asgardian." As soon as he finished speaking, Loki asked, "Does this still need to be explained? What do you think you are better than Luo Bai?" So, Thor was silent. He seemed to be thinking seriously about how he could beat Luo Bai. But what makes him helpless is, it doesn't seem to be the case. After being silent for who knows how long, Thor sighed and said, "Okay, I admit that Luo Bai is indeed much better than me. If he were an Asgardian, I would actually support him becoming the God King." Although Sol was angry, he recognized Luo Bai. If a person is only slightly stronger than you, you may not agree with him. But when a person's strength is so strong that you feel you can't surpass it, even if you don't say it, you still recognize him in your heart. This is the attitude Sol has towards Luo Bai. If it were someone else who was his mentor, Thor might really ignore it. Do you want him to be a puppet emperor? He will seize power tomorrow and show it to you. But if it was Luo Bai, he was really willing to listen to Luo Bai's suggestions. This is his trust and recognition of Luo Bai. Of course, for the sake of face. Sol still needs to be tough on his words. "Before this, I never thought that you would become my mentor. So what did my dad ask you to teach me? It is not so easy to teach me Thor, the god of thunder." Thor said, trying hard to maintain his last little bit of dignity. Unexpectedly, the next second, Luo Bai said calmly, "Actually, I have nothing to teach you. Being your mentor is just the identity your father Odin gave me. I never said I wanted to teach you anything." When this matter was mentioned, Saul became anxious at the time. "That won't work. As my mentor, you have to teach me something. For example, how to break the teleportation magic." Thor said quickly, his eyes full of expectation. Luo Bai was stunned by his words. It took Luo Bai a long time to react. My goodness, these two brothers think that magic is a spell to trick each other, right? One by one, they came running to learn magic. However, Luo Bai didn't have the time to teach them, so he declined. "Your sister Hela should know." Speaking of Hela, Thor suddenly remembered. So has my sister really turned over a new leaf? She shouldn't cause trouble in Asgard anymore. It shouldn't happen. After all, the contract is here, Luo Bai said. Only then did Thor breathe a sigh of relief. After all, if a fight really came to pass, he would definitely not be able to beat Hela. He could still fight back when he had the hammer, but now that the hammer has been crushed by Hela, how can he still fight back? Thinking of this, Thor said calmly, "That's good. Now that everything has been dealt with, there is no need for Luo Bai to stay in Asgard. Okay, I have finished the things your father asked me to do. Next, you just need to take good care of your sister, and Asgard should be able to usher in a brief period of peace. I'm leaving first." Luo Bai gave a few instructions and then left. As soon as the portal opened, Luo Bai returned to Earth. He returned to Kamartaj and called the king to ask about the situation in Kamartaj in recent days. "How are Doctor Strange and Stark doing recently?" Luo Bai asked. When it comes to this matter, Wong feels a bit of a headache. These two are amazing. I don't know why, but they just don't seem to get along when they meet. After just a few days of knowing each other, they started to compete with each other. I heard that they were competing to see who had better talent and could learn faster. And then these two people stole books from the library every day, making the librarian run around in circles. Neither of them came to class these days. Wang said this while complaining. Luo Bai was not curious at all about what he said. After all, this is very consistent with their personalities, being uninhibited and unruly. Thinking of this, Luo Bai asked, "Are they planning to study the next course on their own?" "That's what they told me. I don't know what the hell is going on with these two people. One learns faster than the other. Now they are even beginning to suspect that I am teaching too slowly and it will affect their progress," Wang said depressedly. Seeing Wang so depressed, Luo Bai couldn't help but laugh and said, "Okay, since they want to learn by themselves, let them learn by themselves. Don't worry about them. They're different from ordinary mages. If they have any questions, they will come to you themselves." Wang has a deep understanding of this. After all, there are more geniuses in Camartage than just the two of them. Look at the current Supreme Mage, Luo Bai. Did Ancient One manage it at the time? Don't worry about anything, you'll learn it. So, there are still differences between people. After reporting the situation, Wang left. After the king left, Luo Bai came to the study on the second floor of the New York Temple. He originally planned to meditate here for a while and absorb some energy to replenish his fairy power. At this moment, a voice sounded in Luo Bai's ears. The sound seemed to come from a universe, very far away but very clear. As this voice sounded, Luo Bai felt that the fairy power in his body instantly awakened. This awakening state is different from every previous one, although in the past the fairy power would always be very excited about power food. But this time it was less about excitement and more about conquest. This feeling is as exciting as when humans meet their old rivals. But after a while, the voice of the fairy power began to repeat in Luo Bai's mind. "I found you, Phoenix Power." Luo Bai had only seen the power of the Phoenix once, when Professor X brought the X-Men to the apartment to look for Polaris. At that time, Luo Bai met the host of the Phoenix Force, Jean Grey. After that, Luo Bai didn't pay any special attention to mutants, so naturally he didn't know the specific situation of Jean Grey. The reason why I suddenly realized it today is because the power of the Phoenix has erupted. In other words, Jean Grey can no longer suppress the power of the Phoenix. And this time, when Jean Grey exploded, she was coincidentally captured by the fairy power. This makes the fairy power very excited. After all, the power of fairies and the power of the Phoenix can be said to be enemies. These two forces had previously piked in the Imperial City. The final result was naturally that the power of the fairy won. Rumor has it that the power of the goblin devoured the power of the Phoenix. But this devouring does not mean that the Phoenix Force disappears from then on, but that the Phoenix Force is swallowed into the body by the Fairy Force, and the Fairy Force can use all the abilities of the Phoenix Force at will. The power of the Phoenix plus the power of the Fairy. These two forces are integrated together. Logically speaking, the former host of the fairy power is invincible at least in the multi-universe plane. But in the end, the former host of the fairy power still lost to the gods. There are two reasons for this. One reason is that the Phoenix Force is now only left with fragments. Almost all the Phoenix Force seen so far are fragments, not the complete Phoenix Force. The second reason is that the previous host of the fairy power was killed by a trick. Eventually, all the power that had been absorbed by the fairy force was spitted out, and everything returned to its original state. It seemed that the fairy power was unwilling to accept the defeat last time, so it was excited after sensing the power of the Phoenix this time. "Eat it, it's so fat," the fairy power whispered in my ear. It looked so excited, as if the power of the Phoenix was already in its pocket. Although the fairy power is not right like this. Taking away other people's power by force is really against Luo Bai's principles. But considering that he was originally a person without any particular principles, Luo Bai decided to go and take a look. After all, in Luo Bai's impression, every time Jean Grey couldn't control the power of the Phoenix in her body, she would cause huge amounts of trouble. Beginning to be omniscient and omnipotent, Luo Bai quickly locked onto Jean Grey's location. As soon as the portal opened, Luo Bai quickly arrived at the scene of the accident. As he expected, the Phoenix power in Jean Grey has completely erupted at this time, and even Jean Grey herself can't control it. So right now, Jean Grey is fighting the X-Men. Although most of the X-Men are mutants and their strength is not bad, their abilities are not enough to fight against the Phoenix Force. It goes without saying that the X-Men are being badly abused by Jean Grey. Almost the entire army was wiped out. Seeing the X-Men falling one by one, Luo Bai was not surprised. To his surprise, Quicksilver was also among them. And what a coincidence! After being knocked away by Jean Grey, he rolled right to Luo Bai's feet. What a coincidence! Looking at Quicksilver, who rolled to his feet, Luo Bai greeted him calmly. Only then did Quicksilver notice Luo Bai. The moment he looked up and saw Luo Bai, his eyes lit up as if he had seen a savior. "Master Luo Bai, why are you here?" Quicksilver asked hurriedly, then stood up quickly. "I detected an unusually powerful energy explosion on Earth, so I came here to check on you. Are you okay?" Luo Bai asked with a smile. Quicksilver sighed and answered helplessly, "No, I feel very bad now. The power in Jean Grey's body exploded and is now out of control. I know that. I'm just curious why you are here. Have you joined the X-Men?" Luo Bai asked with a smile. Quicksilver nodded and replied calmly, "Professor X found me, and I was bored at home, so I joined to see for myself. Who knew I would meet such a perverted mutant right after joining?" Quicksilver frowned as he spoke. From the expression on his face, it could be seen that he is helpless. "That's right, I just got to work, and I'm fighting against the Phoenix Force. Who can endure this?" If it were Luo Bai, he wouldn't be able to bear it either. Thinking of this, Luo Bai comforted him. "It's okay, I'll help you." After saying that, Luo Bai turned his gaze towards Jean Grey. At the same time, Jean Grey also looked at Luo Bai. In fact, Luo Bai and Jean Grey did not know each other. They had only met once and had never spoken to each other. But at this moment, Luo Bai saw different emotions in Jean Grey's eyes. That is fear. It is obvious that this emotion is not an expression of Jean Grey's inner emotions, but an expression of the emotions of the Phoenix Force. The Phoenix Force is afraid because of the Fairy Force. The two forces perceived each other. The moment she perceived it, the power of the Phoenix controlled Jean Grey's consciousness, and she subconsciously turned around and fled. As soon as he took action, the power of the fairy shouted in Luo Bai's mind, "Catch it! Don't let the Phoenix run away." As the words fairy power came out, Luo Bai used the fairy power and the ability of the reality stone to modify reality. Red power burst out from Luo Bai's body, and the next second this power rushed straight into the sky. The red power instantly dyed the entire sky red and spread rapidly in all directions over a large area. However, in the blink of an eye, the reality of the entire area was modified, and huge amounts of mirror space were formed. Everyone in this space disappeared. Only Luo Bai and Jean Grey were left, trapped in the vast universe. And this universe is the universe where the Phoenix Force and the Fairy Force had their final battle. Seeing that there was nowhere to run, Jean Grey finally stopped. Then Jean Grey turned around. At this moment, her face was flashing with golden light, and even her eyes were filled with golden light. It can be seen that the power of the Phoenix is ready to attack at any time. Under normal circumstances, Luo Bai would not be willing to let the power of the fairies take the lead in the battle. After all, the power of the fairy may be out of control and then swallow the universe. But after this period of adjustment, Luo Bai has gained enough trust in the power of fairies. Plus, today's situation is different. After all, it's a fight between old rivals. So Luo Bai fulfilled the power of the fairy once, and this time it took the dominant position. After the consciousness was integrated, the fairy power looked at the Phoenix power with greedy eyes and said what he wanted to say a long time ago. "You didn't expect it. I'm back again." The Phoenix Force seemed to sense the Fairy Force's desire for it, so it released fire. Huge amounts of flames enveloped Jean Grey. The next second, Jean Grey integrates with the Phoenix Force and disappears, transforming into a huge amounts of golden phoenix. With a cry that resounded throughout the universe, the power of the phoenix attacked the power of the fairy with all its strength and released its ultimate move, judgment of the phoenix. Seeing the powerful force attacking him, Luo Bai couldn't help himself. In his mind, he complained to the fairy power. Did you abuse it in the beginning? Why did this phoenix go all out when it saw you? Soon, the fairy power responded. Maybe I was a little harsh at first, but it's the same this time. As it spoke, the fairy power released its ability and began to modify reality. The reason why the power of the phoenix is so feared is that no one can resist the phoenix's flame. And the phoenix flame is also called the phoenix's judgment. It can cut or regenerate any part of the universe, or even completely destroy it and burn those that should be eliminated. Not to mention ordinary humans. Even powerful mutants cannot resist the power of the phoenix judgment. Once they come into contact with it, they will be burned to ashes. But for the power of the fairy, this blow is nothing to be afraid of. It can even answer Luo Bai's words while dealing with the phoenix judgment, and mock the power of the phoenix, by the way. Is this still the only trick you can use, Phoenix? But it doesn't work on me. As the fairy power spoke, it released the energy to modify reality. Black energy burst out when it came into contact with the phoenix flame. The flames disappeared instantly because of the energy that modified reality. Before the phoenix power could throw out flames again, the fairy power transformed itself into a pure black phoenix and bit towards the phoenix power. The speed of the fairy power is very fast. Before the phoenix force could even fight back, it bit the phoenix's neck tightly. A roar of pain resounded throughout the universe. The next second, the phoenix form was broken and Jean Grey appeared. After breaking the integrate between the phoenix force and the host, the fairy power enveloped Jean Grey and began to frantically absorb the phoenix force in her body. Golden energy continued to flow into Luo Bai's body. Once absorbed, the fairy power began to replicate all of the power of the phoenix force. During this period, the phoenix force did not think about resisting. It controlled Jean Grey to release destructive energy to launch a counterattack. But the next second, the fairy power used the copied power to release the phoenix judgment. Unlike the phoenix force, the phoenix judgment released by the fairy power is also mixed with dark energy. This blow caused the phoenix force and her host Jean Grey to scream in pain. Jean Grey's will is too weak right now. Because Jean Grey has not yet fully grown up, she is unable to fully unleash the full power of the phoenix force. After being attacked by the fairy power, Jean Grey completely lost her combat state and consciousness. Along with the power of the phoenix, it can only wait for the fate of being absorbed. In this battle, the phoenix power was unilaterally crushed. In the end, the phoenix power seemed to have given up the desire to survive and allowed itself to be absorbed by the fairy power. The win was so easy that even Luo Bai was a little surprised. After all, the other party possesses the power of the phoenix, as Luo Bai expected. It would take at least a while for the two to use the phoenix force before they could be defeated. I didn't expect that phoenix force would only use one big move, and then nothing else. I really don't know whether to say that Luo Bai has nurtured the fairy power too much, or that Jean Grey, the host, is just too bad. It's totally not enough. I thought this battle should end easily, but I didn't expect Luo Bai to still underestimate the power of the phoenix. The phoenix force is known as the child of the universe, because it is the embodiment of life and spiritual power in the original universe, and it also symbolizes life and emotion. It has extremely passionate emotions, so its spiritual power is greater than any other power. This also proves that the fairy power has a powerful mental ability, and few people can escape its mental attack. The Phoenix Force seemed to have realized from the beginning that it would not be a match for the current fairy force. So the Phoenix Force had left itself a backup plan from the very beginning. When the fairy power absorbed most of the abilities of the Phoenix power and tried to integrate with Luo Bai's body, a voice suddenly rang in Luo Bai's ears. The goblin is the embodiment of evil. It just wants to devour everything. Kamartaj, the earth, everything you love is just its food. It has no emotions, is cold and selfish. When you raise it, it will lead you to destroy everything you cherish. This voice is clearly the voice of the Phoenix Force. At this moment, Luo Bai suddenly understood why the previous host of the fairy power had been bewitched. So, was it because of the Phoenix Force's mind control? While Luo Bai was thinking, the Phoenix Force spoke again. It is just using you. Only I can save the entire universe. As the sound of the Phoenix power fell, the next second fragments of memory flashed through Luo Bai's mind. This seems to be a fragment of memory recorded by the Phoenix Force, and the content of the memory is the original war. A long, long time ago, there was a war between the Phoenix Force and the Fairy Force. In his memory, Luo Bai saw the previous host of the fairy power. It's a woman. The fairy power controlled her and led her to devour countless planets and universes. The two devoured the universe unscrupulously until the gods arrived. A war broke out between the fairy power and the gods, and this battle almost restarted the entire universe. Memory fragments kept appearing in Luo Bai's mind, and the words of the Phoenix power rang in Luo Bai's ears like a demonic voice. The fairy power never thought of helping you. It only wants to control you and lead you to destruction, just like its previous host. When its goal is achieved, it will abandon you. Because of its combat experience, the Phoenix Force seems to have understood how to defeat the Fairy Force. From the perspective of combat power alone, it is almost impossible for the fragments of Phoenix power to defeat the current power of the fairies. But if he could control the host, that is Luo Bai. If Luo Bai were to control the power of the fairy, the power of the Phoenix would have a chance of winning. Therefore, the Phoenix power deliberately weakened itself, waiting for the fairy power to absorb its power and then attempt to control Luo Bai mentally. If it was the previous host of the fairy power, maybe the Phoenix power would have really succeeded. But it happened that the power of Phoenix met Luo Bai, a man favored by the goddess of luck. So the power of Phoenix was of no use to Luo Bai's mental PUA. I think you're mistaken, Phoenix. Don't you realize that the fairy power can't control me at all? Luo Bai spoke calmly. When a fairy power was looking for Luo Bai to be its host, it was not that it had not thought about controlling Luo Bai, but that it simply could not do it. There's nothing he can do about it, since he is the man favored by the goddess of luck. As for the matter of the fairy power leaving, Luo Bai doesn't have to worry about it. What is strong luck? Good luck means that even if Luo Bai gives the fairy power to others, the fairy power will not only come back again, but can even bring him a big gift. From the very beginning, Luo Bai's real trump card was not the fairy power but luck. So he never worried about what the Phoenix Force said. What's more, Luo Bai had already integrated the energy absorbed from the fairy power into his body and understood it. This also means that even without relying on the power of the fairy, Luo Bai can still release the abilities he has absorbed. Of course, he was able to do all this because Luo Bai was lucky enough. But the same cannot be said for Jean Grey. After all, she does not have a lucky halo. Thinking of this, Luo Bai smiled and spoke again. Do you think I don't know your purpose, Phoenix? If you say so, why don't we talk about your hypocrisy? You are the one who is really taking advantage of the host. Fairy power at least listens to me, but will you listen to Jean Grey? You controlled her recklessly and made her go on a killing spree. Jean Grey, you may not know this yet. Once the Phoenix uses a certain amount of power, it will consume the energy used to continue life and offspring. This also means, Jean Grey, when you overuse the Phoenix Force will reversely absorb your life. All this time, the Phoenix Force has been absorbing your life force. Not only is it absorbing your life force, it is also controlling you to absorb the life force around you. Why did you lose control? It's because the Phoenix Force is controlling you towards Blacken, and in the end it will leave you with nothing. As Luo Bai spoke, he activated the power of the Mind Gem to control Jean Grey. As the words fell, Jean Grey suddenly opened her eyes, and her sealed memories were released, and she remembered everything. Professor X sealed Jean Grey's memory, which made Jean Grey forget what he did as a child. But now she remembered everything. She recalled that when she was a child, It was because of her out-of-control ability that caused her parents to have a car accident. Eventually, her mother died, and her father sent her to Professor X because he was afraid of her ability. Combined with Luo Bai's words, the culprit of all this is the Phoenix Force? Jean Grey was so angry that she could no longer think. She yelled angrily, "You are absorbing my life force, right? While absorbing my vitality, you are also absorbing the life force of the people around me to provide yourself with energy, right?" The Phoenix Force realized something was wrong, and it immediately used its will to communicate with Jean Grey. "Jean, calm down. You will lose me if you keep going like this. They're just bewitching you." But at this time, Jean Grey's self-awareness has begun to explode. Now immediately, "Get out of my body!" Jean roared, and she abandoned the power of the Phoenix. The moment Jean decided to abandon the power of the Phoenix would be greatly reduced. Originally, the power of the Phoenix could rely on the host's will to resist the absorption of the fairy power. But from the moment Jean Grey gave up on it mentally, it could no longer resist. This is why these forces want to find a perfect host, because it has always been the power that needs the host, not the host that needs the power. Feeling that things were becoming uncontrollable, the power of the Phoenix immediately began to compete with Jean for control of will. As the scramble went on, the Phoenix Force discovered that something was wrong. That's not right. The script shouldn't be like this. It should be the fight between the fairy power and Luo Bai. Why did it end up fighting between it and Jean Grey? How come while I was controlling something, my host was being controlled in reverse? The Phoenix Force reacted, but it was too late. Seeing that the Phoenix Force was fighting its host fiercely, the fairy power took this opportunity to directly absorb all of the Phoenix Force from Jean Grey. After it swallowed it, the fairy power went crazy with joy. Then the curse of the fairy power kept ringing in Luo Bai's mind. "I asked you to sow discord between me and the host, which led to me being sealed. Things change over time. Who will be spared by fate? Now it's your turn to suffer. I, the host, can't control him. If you can control him, I think you are awesome. The dead phoenix can only mouth escape, but if a fight really breaks out, it's nothing." Luo Bai, he sighed helplessly and couldn't help complaining. "You should restrain yourself a little. Why are you fighting with a piece of debris?" Listening to the complaints and curses from the fairy power, Luo Bai was really overwhelmed. Previously, he thought that fairy power should be a rather cold and ruthless person. I didn't expect this guy would not only complain, but also curse. Although there are indeed some grievances between it and the Phoenix Force, Luo Bai always feels that the fairy power is becoming more and more human-like and emotional. Could it be that it is because it is in sync with my own consciousness and is influenced by myself? Just as I was thinking about it, the voice of the fairy power sounded in my ears again. "I don't want to fight with this broken piece, but the damn phoenix is so cunning. It likes to play dirty and control consciousness." Luo Bai frowned and couldn't help but ask in his mind, "Where did you learn these words?" "I learned it from you. You are my host. Your consciousness will affect me," said the fairy power. Luo Bai, "Good job. I was really influenced by him, because generally speaking, the power is stronger than the host. So in other people's cases, it is usually the host that is affected by the power. But you can come to Luo Bai. Not only did the fairy power fail to affect him, it even had the opposite effect. It's the reverse of Tiangang. It's really the reverse of Tiangang. If you think this is not good, I can keep silent." Just as he was thinking about it, the voice of the fairy power echoed in Luo Bai's mind again. "No need for that. Actually, it's quite good for you to do this." Luo Bai thought for a moment and replied, "This makes me seem more humane. I am the power of the fairy. I don't need any human touch. I want to eat. Swallow the universe." "Universe," the power of the fairy roared. Luo Bai's head hurt from the noise. He pressed his temple and said, all right. Shut up." The power of the fairy beeps quietly. "Just shut up." As these words fell, the fairy power fell silent. At this moment, Luo Bai's ears finally calmed down. After calming down, Luo Bai began to integrate the power of the phoenix. Just now, the fairy power absorbed all the phoenix power in Jean Grey's body. Although Luo Bai knew that it only absorbed a fragment of the phoenix power, the energy contained in this fragment was quite strong. Integrating such a powerful energy at once, Luo Bai's body felt a little uncomfortable. After meditating in the space for a long time, Luo Bai finally integrated the power of the phoenix into his body. After making sure that he had no discomfort, Luo Bai tried to use the power of the phoenix. As he mobilized the energy in his body, a golden force soon surrounded Luo Bai in an instant. This ball of golden power is the phoenix flame. They gathered together, forming huge amounts of golden wings on Luo Bai's body. Luo Bai raised his hand, and a ball of golden fire quickly gathered in his hand. This power is really strong. Such a powerful force is contained in just one piece of fragment. If I can gather all the power of the phoenix and become a white phoenix, I can't imagine how terrifying it would be, Luo Bai said as he looked at the flowing phoenix flame in his hand. According to Luo Bai's understanding, the power of the phoenix has a very strong self-awareness. Even Jean Grey, the most perfect host of the Phoenix Force, will be affected by the Phoenix Force's self-awareness when using the Phoenix Force and become uncontrollable. But at this moment, Luo Bai did not have this feeling. He did not feel like he was being controlled at all. It seems that the power of the fairy played a role in this. The power of the fairy suppressed the consciousness of the power of the phoenix, which resulted in the phoenix being unable to control Luo Bai. And because of the fairy power, Luo Bai did not feel his vitality being absorbed by the power of the phoenix. The power of the fairy is like a bridge that forms a balance between the power of the phoenix and Luo Bai. As long as the power of the fairies is there, the power of the phoenix cannot directly affect Luo Bai. Now that he won't be affected by the side effects of the Phoenix Force, it will be much easier in the future. There are no side effects, which means that Luo Bai can use the Phoenix Force at will, and the Phoenix Force has powerful self-healing and resurrection abilities, which means that Luo Bai is almost impossible to die now. After understanding these things clearly, Luo Bai felt relieved. He withdrew the Phoenix power and looked at Jean Grey. Without the power of the Phoenix, Jean Grey fell to the ground as if she had no life left. Luo Bai used black magic to instill some power into Jean Grey. Power entered Jean's body. The next second, Jean Grey, who had her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes. Seeing Jean waking up, Luo Bai closed the mirror space with his mind. After the mirror space disappeared, the two returned to the real world, and soon Professor X and his party appeared in front of them. Seeing Luo Bai and Jean Grey appear, the X-Men and others all gathered around. Professor. Jean nodded and replied dumbly, "I'm okay, it's just, I feel like the power in me has disappeared." Professor. At this moment Luo Bai spoke. "The power in you did not disappear, but was absorbed by me." As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned for a moment. The X-Men looked at each other, but Cyclops was more courageous and directly asked the doubts in his heart. Why? Why do you want to absorb the power from Jean? Luo Bai is also the supreme mage after all, and he is not an unreasonable person. After thinking for a while, Luo Bai calmly replied, "I need this power. Not to mention, she gave up this power herself." "Jean, have you forgotten what you said?" Luo Bai said, looking at Jean. Now Jean remembered that she did say that she wanted the Phoenix Force to get out of her body. That's because she remembered everything. Things from my childhood. Memories came to mind, and Jean Grey's mentality collapsed at this time. It's you. It's you who used your ability to make me forget everything, right? My parents had a car accident, and my mother died, all because of my ability, right? My father sent me to X Academy, and he doesn't want me anymore, right? Jean Grey collapsed and shouted. At this moment, Professor X discovered that Jean Grey had remembered everything. He was a little helpless and didn't seem to know how to answer. After a long while, "Professor, why do you seal my memory privately? Why do you?" Jean Grey collapsed and shouted. Professor X was silent. He didn't speak. At this moment, Jean Grey noticed Mystique lying aside. She suddenly remembered that before Luo Bai came, she lost control because of the Phoenix power. Mystique tried to awaken her consciousness, and then she accidentally killed Mystique. Looking at Mystique's body at this time, Qin collapsed even more. Mystique was killed by me, right? Qin asked. Qin asked, looking at the X-Men. The X-Men all chose to avoid Jean's sight. Qin could also see hatred and anger in the eyes of some of them. Although no one said a word, Qin understood everything. Master Luo Bai, you're right. This power will harm me. It is beyond my control at all. Qin muttered. She shed tears looking at Mystique's body. Qin was silent for a long time, and no one knew what she was thinking. After a long while, Qin suddenly opened her mouth and said to Luo Bai with gratitude, "Thank you, Master Luo Bai." When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Even Luo Bai was a little surprised. He obviously didn't expect Qin to thank him. As if he was surprised, Luo Bai couldn't help asking, "I took away your power. Shouldn't you hate me?" Cyclops on the side also quickly echoed, "Jean, he took your power." Qin shook her head and smiled bitterly. "But I can't control it. I don't even understand it." In fact, Jean doesn't understand the Phoenix Force, and mutants, including Professor X, don't know much about the Phoenix Force. They only knew that the power of the Phoenix was very strong, so strong that it could cause Jean to lose control. So Professor X has been helping Jean control this power, but there are always times when she can't control it. This time the Phoenix Force could not be controlled. The power of the Phoenix was so strong that it affected Jean's will and led to tragedy. Mystique died as a result, which made Jean hate the Phoenix Force even more. "I don't want to be controlled anymore." Jean collapsed and said, "If it weren't for this power, I wouldn't have become like this. I wouldn't have killed so many people." Jean's words silenced everyone. Although Luo Bai took away Qin's power, it seemed to be a good thing in the end. After all, for Jean, the power of the Phoenix was too torturous on her. After figuring this out, everyone naturally understood why Qin was grateful to Luo Bai. Seeing Qin so upset, Professor X ignored her for the time being. He knew Qin needed to calm down at this moment, so he looked at Luo Bai and greeted him respectfully. "Hello, Supreme Mage, we meet again." "Hello." Luo Bai responded politely. "Would it be convenient for me to talk to you alone?" Professor X asked. Luo Bai nodded. "Of course." As the words fell, the others stepped aside, leaving ample space for Luo Bai and Professor X. After the others left, Professor X asked, "Master Luo Bai, did you come here specifically for the power of Qin?" Although Luo Bai had no principles, he was quite open and honest, so he immediately answered, "Yes." "So you know what the power is in her?" Professor X asked. Luo Bai nodded and responded, "I know. The power of the Phoenix is just a fragment." "Phoenix Force? Can you explain a little bit?" Professor X asked again. Luo Bai thought for a moment and then said, "The Phoenix Force is a force that was born in the universe. Originally, it was a whole with the ability to subvert the entire multi-universe. Later, it was shattered into pieces of power fragments. These fragments are scattered in different timelines and different universes. The similarity is that they will look for a host. And Jean Grey is the host that the Phoenix Force is looking for. In fact, she is the most perfect host of the Phoenix Force, but at present she cannot control the Phoenix Force, because the Phoenix Force has a strong sense of autonomy. Most of the time, it will control the will of the host, because the Phoenix Force will absorb the life force of the host and others to restore energy." After listening to Luo Bai's explanation, Professor X finally understood. "Will it affect your will?" Professor X asked. "No, and I can control it," Luo Bai replied calmly. Professor X understood what was going on. He nodded and thanked Luo Bai. "In fact, I have always known that she is in pain because of this power. Thank you for helping Qin." Luo Bai shook his head and said, "I didn't intend to help her at first. Now that the power of the Phoenix has been absorbed, there is nothing for me to do here." Thinking of this, Luo Bai prepared to leave. Just as he was about to leave, Professor X spoke again. "Actually, there is something I want to ask you." Luo Bai stopped and turned to ask, "What's the matter?" "I heard that you used your connections to get the government to recognize Polaris's identity. Now she's no longer a wanted criminal, right?" Professor X asked. If Professor X hadn't mentioned it, he would have almost forgotten about it. After all, it happened a long time ago. After thinking for a while, Luo Bai nodded and said, "It seems that there is such a thing. I also heard that you founded the Justice League." Professor X asked again. Luo Bai was a little curious and couldn't help asking, "How do you know?" Stark held a press conference and announced that the Avengers were disbanded and that he was a member of the Justice League from now on, Professor X said. Press conference? Luo Bai was not clear about this. After all, he had been busy dealing with Mephisto in various dimensions recently, so he didn't pay much attention to things on Earth. However, Luo Bai was not surprised at all that Stark would hold a press conference. This move is, after all, very Stark. Thinking of this, Luo Bai smiled and said, "There is such a thing." As soon as he finished speaking, Professor X said, "Actually, I also want to join the Justice League, along with the X-Men. I wonder if you're willing to accept me." Luo Bai was a little surprised that Professor X would suddenly say this. "You guys are doing well as X-Men. Why do you suddenly want to join the Justice League?" Luo Bai thought about it and asked curiously. Professor X was silent for a while before he said awkwardly, "I know this is a little sudden, but I have read the official evaluation of Justice League, and it is said to be very high. Ever since you solved the Hydra incident, the official side has been very supportive of you. They are very supportive of the establishment of the Justice League. When I created the X-Men, I also hoped that the government and people would accept mutants. But, in fact, this process is very difficult. If the X-Men can cooperate with the Justice League, I believe the government will have a better attitude towards mutants. So, I hope you can consider my suggestion." Professor X spoke very sincerely. The reasons he gave were actually true. Although Luo Bai hasn't paid much attention to human affairs on Earth recently, he also knows that since the Hydra incident, the government's attitude towards superpowered people has undergone a 180-degree turn. Originally, the government's top brass was opposed to or feared people with super abilities. But after the Insight Plan, the government has given even more support to those with super abilities and has provided them with all kinds of benefits. It seems that the top leader of Country M still wants to meet Luo Bai. But Luo Bai was too busy, so he ignored it. Now that the Justice League is so supported by the government in Country M, it is normal for Professor X to use the Justice League to improve the relationship between mutants and human society. But after thinking about it, Luo Bai still felt that he had no reason to agree. So he responded calmly, "You can say this frankly, which proves that your attitude is quite sincere. But for now, I cannot agree to your joining." Professor X did not seem surprised by this answer. So he quickly said, "I know. I also understand your concerns. I will show you my determination. If the Justice League needs us, we X-Men will definitely do our best to help you. So, please reconsider it." Seeing him like this, Luo Bai waved his hand and said, "Let's talk about it later." After saying that, Luo Bai opened the portal and returned to Kamartaj. At the same time, in the universe, a supervillain, Thanos, is eyeing the Earth. The Ancient One left. Odin left too. This is the best time for me to implement my plan. Have you found the exact location of the Infinity Stones? Thanos asked his subordinates, the Black Order. As Thanos' most loyal subordinate, Ebony Maw immediately replied, "Found it. The Power Stone is on Xander. As for the Soul Stone, it is guarded by the Soul Warlock." "Where are the other 4 stones?" Thanos asked. Ebony Maw thought for a moment, then said, "If the information is correct, the other 4 stones seem to be on Earth, guarded by a supreme mage named Luo Bai." "What the hell? All 4 stones are in the hands of the same wizard?" Thanos was stunned and asked. "They are all in his hands? Aren't the Space Stones in Asgard? Weren't Loki and the Space Stones sent back to Asgard?" Ebony Maw shook his head and said, "That was the initial news, but it seems that the Space Stone has returned to the hands of this mage named Luo Bai." "Supreme Sorcerer Luo Bai?" Thanos muttered. He had heard of this name. It is said that this wizard was quite brave and went directly to Asgard to cause trouble for Odin. I don't know what the real strength of this mage is. Do you know anything about this wizard? Thanos asked. I have investigated, but I don't know much about him. I only heard that he has been in Taj for a few years and is the most talented wizard. Ebony Maw replied, How many years have you been in Taj? This means that so far he has only studied magic for a few years at most. It probably hasn't developed yet. Even if you get the 4 rough stones, they probably won't be of much use without the Infinity Gauntlet. After all, it is difficult for humans to resist the power of Infinity Stones with their mortal bodies. Now Odin and Ancient One, the 2 guardians of the earth, are no longer on Earth, leaving only their descendants. Now is the best time to go to Earth and implement your plans. If these offspring are allowed to grow up, it will be very troublesome for Thanos to go to Earth to get the Infinity Stones. Thinking of this, Thanos immediately said, Notify everyone to go to Xandar. As long as he can get the Power Stone and the Soul Stone first, and then use the power of these 2 stones to go to Earth, it should be relatively easy to snatch the remaining 4 rough stones from Luo Bai. After all, he is just a wizard who has just learned magic for a few years, so it shouldn't be difficult to solve. With his own ambition, Thanos went to Xandar and began his plan. At this time, Luo Bai returned to Taj and planned to practice his ability again. After all, he has absorbed a lot of power recently, especially the integration of the power of the Phoenix, which has greatly increased Luo Bai's strength. Although these powers are balanced by the power of fairies, it is still easy to have trouble using them if you don't fully understand them. So Luo Bai returned to Taj, entered the main hall, and began to meditate. He began to analyze all the abilities integrated into his body. These include the power of Ishani, black magic power, power of Odin, power of the Celestials, power of the Phoenix, and many more. Although these forces seem different, they are actually somewhat similar. Although Thor, who inherited the power of Odin, always likes to fight in close combat, the power of Odin is essentially able to achieve the dual cultivation of physical and magical powers. Therefore, part of the power of Odin is similar to the power of black and white magic, and it is not difficult to analyze. As for the power of the gods, after thorough analysis, it can be understood as the power of creation. Simply put, once you master this power, you can create and manipulate at the molecular level. It's just that ego's strength is just that, so this power can't be fully utilized. Even if Luo Bai analyzed everything thoroughly, it could only be used within a single universe at most. As for the power of the Phoenix, there's no need to talk about it. After all, what Luo Bai got now was just a fragment of the Phoenix power. This fragment, at present, can only affect a single universe or multiple universes. For example, if Luo Bai unleashed the full power of the Phoenix, it can restart the entire universe, and he can recreate a new universe. And the power of the Phoenix mainly focuses on mental suppression. If he uses the power of the Phoenix to perform mind control, he can control all living beings in the entire universe. Of course, this is just the ability of a single fragment. If you gather them all, you will become the king of White Phoenix, combined with the power of fairies. He is at least an omnipotent universe-level strongman. To put another way, with just a thought he can control or even restart and change the entire multi-universe of the Marvel world. Come to think of it, it's really scary. Luo Bai must go and collect all the fragments of Phoenix power. In fact, it is quite troublesome to find all the Phoenix power. After all, it is scattered in various worlds in the multi-universe. This also means that Luo Bai will go on a multi-universe journey that may last half a century in the Earth's timeline. At present, Luo Bai has no such plan. After all, this matter still needs long-term planning. And calculate the time. The Ancient One is gone. Odin is gone. Is it time for Thanos to come? He is so obsessed with collecting Infinity Stones. It is unlikely that he will give up. As Luo Bai thought about it, he tried to use his current power to open up his full vision of the universe. The purpose of opening the cosmic all-seeing vision is to see whether Thanos is planning to take action now. This time, he really caught him. Isn't it a coincidence that Thanos is leading his army to the planet Xandar to steal the Power Stone? This made Luo Bai curious, and he couldn't help but think, doesn't Thanos know that I have 4 Infinity Stones on me? How dare he attack me? While thinking, Luo Bai began to eavesdrop on the conversation between Thanos and his men. At this time, Thanos and his army were all concentrated on Temple 2. Sanctuary 2, Thanos Spaceship. Another nickname is Thanos Mobile Palace. This spaceship is so huge that it can even accommodate all the humans on the planet. And it has everything, even Thanos' throne. Suspended in the air are huge amounts of what appear to be thrones made of stone. At this time, Thanos was standing beside the throne and talking to his 5 black generals. The person they were chatting about was still Luo Bai. According to the Infinity Stone's law of the universe, in order to prevent the Infinity Stones from getting too close, the Infinity Stones on Earth are guarded separately by the Stone Guardians of Kamartaj and Asgard. Logically, there should only be the Time Stone in Kamartaj. Why can Luo Bai, the Guardian of the Time Stone, protect 4 Time Stones? Thanos asked as he walked. He was very puzzled about this question, so he raised such doubts. As for his subordinates, I know even less about them. I don't know the specific details. I heard that Luo Bai went to Asgard and brought back the Space Stone from Asgard. We can't detect what happened through Asgard's barrier. Ebony Maw replied immediately. Thanos didn't say anything. He always felt something was wrong. Given Odin's personality, how could a wizard who had only studied for a few years take the Space Stone from him? Is there anything special about this wizard? Thanos continued to ask. As the saying goes, only when you know yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Before going to Earth, Thanos still wanted to figure out Luo Bai's behavior. According to our investigation, there doesn't seem to be anything special. He has never participated in the Mage Conference and was directly selected as the Supreme Sorcerer by the Ancient One. According to reliable information, on the day he became the Supreme Sorcerer, the witch Agatha entered Kamartaj and never came out again. Ebony Maw said, "Who is Agatha?" asked Thanos. "A witch, but not as powerful as my father." Ebony Maw flattered. "So, then there's nothing to worry about. Is there no other news?" Thanos thought for a moment and asked again. Ebony Maw thought for a moment and said, "No other news for now." Thanos seemed to be still thinking. After all, he always felt that something was not right about this matter. Before he could think for a moment, Ebony Maw spoke up. "Dear father, I think you don't have to worry too much. He is just a new wizard, but you're the future ruler of the universe and a great leader. With our help, you will definitely be able to get 6 Infinity Stones." Ebony Maw started to flatter Thanos. After thinking about his words for a while, Thanos seemed to think it made sense and didn't think about it anymore. "How far is it to Xandar?" asked Thanos. "It's almost there." "Dear father, your grand plan will be realized soon," said Ebony Maw. The two seemed to be chatting happily, but every word they said was monitored by Luo Bai. To be honest, Luo Bai didn't expect that the transmission of cosmic information would be so slow. Not only did these people not know that he had fairy powers, they only knew about Agatha. But this is normal. Although Luo Bai went to various dark dimensions and had friendly exchanges with those black magicians. But these are things that happen within the dimension after all, and they probably can't detect them. Luo Bai still lacks 2 raw stones. If Thanos sends them to him, he won't have to make a trip. But having said that, Thanos' throne seems pretty good. Now that you are here, you have to take something with you. Anyway, Thanos also wants to take his things, so why not do it first? As Luo Bai thought about it, he used the magic of fetching objects with his mind. At this time, Thanos was facing away from the throne, discussing with his men how to get the Soul Stone after getting the Power Stone from Xandar. Just when he was discussing enthusiastically, suddenly all his men fell silent. "Why aren't you talking?" Thanos asked. Ebony Maw opened his eyes wide and pointed behind Thanos with a look of surprise. Thanos turned his head and was stunned. "Wait, where's my throne? Where's my huge floating throne? How come it disappeared? Where's my throne?" Thanos turned around and asked his men. The 5 black generals shook their heads and said, "I don't know. I don't know either." In the blink of an eye, the throne disappeared. Ebony Maw muttered. Thanos was immediately angry. He came to steal something, but his subordinates didn't know anything when asked. "A bunch of trash. Send someone to find it for me. You must get my throne back." Thanos roared. This is on Thanos' own spaceship and right under his nose. As soon as he turned around, his throne was stolen. The most important thing is that he and his subordinates, as the parties involved, were completely unaware of this matter. No wonder Thanos' face turned even purpler and he was furious. While getting angry, I was curious about who had such great ability. However, Luo Bai was not very clear about this, because at this moment he was in the main hall of Taj, admiring Thanos' throne. Not to mention, Thanos' throne looks pretty big. Although it is made of stone, its imposing appearance is enough to intimidate people. Luo Bai sat on it and tried it out. After all, it is made of stone, so it is a bit hard, but it feels good. Moreover, this thing can control the direction and height at will, so people sitting on it don't need to get off the ground. You can go anywhere by sitting on it. It's a good thing, but it's too big. It looks a bit too pretentious to use it on top. Luo Bai muttered. After the experience, Luo Bai used his mind to transmit the message and called Wong over. By the way, let him bring Stark and Strange here too. Although Luo Bai was not particularly worried about Thanos coming to Earth. After all, he should be able to deal with Thanos if he took action himself. But he remembered that Thanos had made quite a big fuss this time, which could be used as a practical training for the mages of Taj, especially Strange and Stark. These two have been studying magic for a while, but have never tried it. That's why Luo Bai asked Wong to call these two people over. After a long while, the three of them arrived at the main hall. As soon as he entered the room, Stark seemed very excited. "Oh, my dear friend, I finally see you." Luo Bai smiled and asked, "Tony, how do you feel about Taj these days?" Stark shrugged and said calmly, "To be honest, I don't feel very good. I've only heard you talk about magic before, and it sounds like magic is easy to learn. I didn't expect it to be so difficult, especially after hearing your legendary story. I feel even more uncomfortable. How did you do it? In such a short time? Learned so much magic?" Stark said, with helplessness in his tone. As soon as he finished speaking, Strange on the side also spoke up. "I am also curious. I always thought that my talent was high enough, but I didn't expect that your talent, the Sorcerer Supreme, is even more surprising. If you're not a magician, you may not be able to feel it, but once you enter the Taj system and learn magic, everyone will know how terrifying Luo Bai's talent is." Regarding this matter, Luo Bai just smiled and then joked, "Otherwise, how could I be the Supreme Mage?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. After all, there was nothing wrong with what he said. In the silence, Stark noticed the huge amounts of floating thrones in front of him. He then changed the subject. "I saw it as soon as I entered the room. What are these huge amounts of things?" Stark said, pointing to the floating throne. Soon, he got Luo Bai's answer. "This is Thanos' floating throne." Thanos? Everyone was confused by the new term. Stark couldn't help but ask, "Who is Thanos?" Luo Bai smiled, then said, "A big villain who is about to invade the Earth." "What the hell? Invading the Earth?" Hearing these 4 words, Stark seemed to realize something and asked excitedly, "So, our Justice League is alive? Can we talk about this Thanos in detail?" Considering that the few people didn't know much about Thanos, Luo Bai briefly introduced him. Thanos was born into the Eternal Clan on Titan. The people on Titan are somewhat different from those on Earth. They are born much stronger than humans on Earth, and Thanos is considered to be one of the more powerful Titans. His strength, spirit, and resilience are unmatched. He is also a strategist for Titan. After listening to Luo Bai's introduction, everyone understood. To put it simply, a powerful alien race is coming to invade the Earth. This made Stark very angry, and he couldn't help asking, "So, Titan is going to attack our Earth?" "No." Luo Bai shook his head and said, "Although Thanos is indeed from an alien planet, this is not a planetary invasion war. It is completely Thanos' own behavior. He witnessed his own planet being destroyed due to population expansion. So he decided to implement family planning before the entire universe is destroyed due to population." Family planning? What does that mean? Wong, who was standing by, was confused and couldn't help asking. Luo Bai thought for a moment and replied, "To put it simply, he intends to reduce the population of the entire universe by half. To put it more simply, he intends to make half of the creatures in the universe disappear. Make half of the living beings in the universe disappear? After hearing Thanos' plan, Stark exclaimed, "Is he crazy?" To be honest, Stark has seen many villains who want to invade the Earth. But he is a villain who wants to implement family planning and is targeting the entire universe. He was the only one Stark had ever seen. What if he succeeds? Let's not talk about the entire universe. Let's just say that if half of the people on Earth were missing. So for the entire Earth, what is the difference between this and the end of the world? Thinking of this, Stark couldn't help but ask, "Is there any way we can stop him?" "Of course," Luo Bai said. After hearing what he said, Stark, who was originally a little worried, instantly felt relieved. He looked at the floating throne in front of him and remembered that Luo Bai said that this throne belonged to Thanos. Suddenly, Stark understood something. "Wait, you said the throne belongs to Thanos. But you took the throne back. You also know all of Thanos' plans. So from the very beginning, you had a way to deal with Thanos, right?" Stark asked. Luo Bai nodded and replied, "Of course." Stark seemed to be relieved and said, "I knew you would find a way." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Bai spoke again. "However, Thanos may bring more people to invade the Earth this time, so I have to remind you in advance. I asked you to come here to see how your training is going. I heard that you two have started to learn magic by yourselves." Stark and Strange nodded. Luo Bai smiled and asked, "How much have you learned?" Stark immediately replied, "I have already completed all the courses related to Kamartaj by myself, and I am now studying space and time magic." As soon as he finished speaking, Strange beside him immediately echoed, "My situation is similar." Being able to learn this far proves that these two people's talents are comparable. Gao Luo Bai knew about Strange's talent, but he didn't expect Stark's talent to be so high. This is really surprising. But this is also a good thing. After all, there are not many mages who can take on the main responsibility in Kamartaj now. Thinking of this, Luo Bai immediately said, "Strange, I plan to let you be the guardian wizard of the New York Temple. Are you willing?" "Temple guardian?" Strange did not agree immediately. He was silent for a while, as if hesitating. After a long while, he could not help asking, "Supreme Mage, I know it is not polite to ask this, but is there any benefit for me? I mean, will being a temple guardian affect my studies?" Luo Bai shook his head and denied it immediately. "Of course not. You can have your own single room, and there are a lot of books in the New York Temple, which can help you grow quickly. And the New York Temple is close to your home and your workplace. If you have nothing to do, you can go home and visit or go and chat with someone you like." Strange is still relatively real. After Luo Bai mentioned a series of benefits of being a temple guardian, Strange immediately agreed. "I am very happy to be the temple guardian of the New York Temple, the Supreme Sorcerer." Strange was happy, but Stark was obviously unhappy. "Luo Bai, are we best friends? Why don't you let me be the temple protector of New York? I entered school earlier than him." Both Stark and Strange are geniuses. From the first time he met the two of them, Luo Bai felt that they would definitely not get along. Luo Bai was quite busy before and didn't pay much attention to the two of them. But after calling the two together this time, Luo Bai felt something was wrong. Because of the New Year Temple Guardian, the two of them started arguing. Seeing that Stark and Luo Bai were playing the emotional card, Strange responded mercilessly, "Is it possible that your talent is not as high as mine?" Stark frowned and immediately retorted, "Not as talented as you? You just have a slightly better memory. Do you really think you are better than me? Isn't it? You said you entered school before me, but now you are not learning as fast as me." Strange said again. As soon as he finished speaking, Stark refuted again, "What's the use of learning quickly? You may not be able to defeat me in a real battle. When my anti-magic suit is made, you will know who is more powerful." "Anti-magic suit? Can you really make that thing? Curly, you want to fight? I wouldn't mind sparring with you." "Sure to co." The two of them spoke one sentence at a time, and they were about to start fighting in the main hall. The king finally couldn't help but speak seriously. "You two, the Supreme Sorcerer is still here." As if they remembered that Luo Bai was still there, the two of them finally restrained themselves and chose to remain silent. Luo Bai, however, asked curiously, "Do these two often quarrel like this?" Wang nodded and said helplessly, "Yes. They even fought each other several times." "Who won?" Luo Bai asked with interest. Wang shook his head and said, "I don't know. I stop him every time." "That's such a pity," Luo Bai muttered. Wang looked at Luo Bai in surprise and couldn't help but complain in a low voice. "Supreme Mage, private fights between mages can easily cause chaos." "What a pity." Luo Bai smiled and said quickly, "I just mentioned it casually." After that, Luo Bai continued, "Okay, I have finished explaining the affairs of the New York Temple. King, you send this floating throne to the treasury and take Strange to learn about the New York Temple." After receiving Luo Bai's order, Wang and Strange left. As for Stark, he was left alone. It could be seen that Stark is still somewhat bothered by the New York Temple incident. As soon as the king and Strange left, Stark couldn't help but ask, "Luo Bai, can't I be the guardian mage of the New York Temple?" Everyone in Taj knows how high the status of the Temple Guardian is. Let's just say that in Taj, besides the Sorcerer Supreme and the King, the status of the Temple Guardian is the highest. Stark never imagined that Strange, a wizard who entered the school later, would become the Temple Guardian wizard and have a higher status than him. Naturally, Stark was a little unconvinced. However, Luo Bai also had some thoughts on this matter. Thinking of this, Luo Bai immediately replied, "Tony, you're different from Strange." "What's the difference?" "I admit that his talent is a little higher than mine, but only a little bit," Stark said quickly. Luo Bai smiled and said, "I mean, you still have Little Pepper. If you become a Temple Guardian, you won't have time to accompany Little Pepper. What's more, I have more important things to arrange for you." After hearing what Luo Bai said, Stark suddenly understood. That's right. He had heard from others before that Strange was originally a doctor. "Because of the car accident, I lost everything. Only those who have nothing can serve Taj wholeheartedly. He seems to be a better Temple Guardian than me. Okay, in that case, he is indeed more suitable to be the Temple Guardian than me." Stark obviously accepted this statement. The expression on his face changed from depressed at the beginning to happier. However, thinking that Luo Bai had left him alone, Stark still felt something was wrong. So he asked hurriedly, "By the way, Luo Bai, you left me alone, so you must have something to tell me, right?" Luo Bai nodded and said, "Tony, do you still remember why you first entered Taj?" Stark nodded and said, "Of course I remember. It was to create a more advanced magic suit. Now that Thanos is coming, I think your technology should be put to use. I'd like to know if you have a rough idea of the magic armor after studying for so long." Luo Bai asked. Stark was a little excited when this was mentioned. He immediately replied, "Of course. Do you want to go and have a look? I have developed a lot of good things recently." R&D. Luo Bai was a little curious and couldn't help asking, "Where did you develop it?" "The dormitories at Taj, of course," Stark said, raising his hand and drawing circles in the air. After a while, a portal opened. At the other end of the portal is Stark's dormitory. There are a lot of research and development tools densely placed inside, and in the center is a suspended holographic projection screen with the image of the entire Earth on it. Luo Bai had seen these things in the basement of Stark's house. Now that Stark has learned magic and can open portals, it is not difficult to guess that these things should have been brought from home by him for convenience. But the dormitory in Taj is not big, so it is not easy to put so many things in it. Looking around, there was not even a place to sleep in the entire dormitory. Seeing this dormitory, Luo Bai couldn't help but ask, "Don't you usually sleep?" "Of course, just lie down on the ground and take a rest," Stark said. He didn't seem to care about this matter. He pulled Luo Bai and planned to show Luo Bai his latest research results. He pulled Luo Bai in front of the projection, then pointed at the projection and said to Luo Bai, "This is the Cosmic Monitoring 1.0 that I developed by adding magic to my research. It is also the first product that I created that integrates technology and magic. The Cosmic Monitoring System can detect energy anomalies in the universe. If there is abnormal energy approaching the Earth, it will immediately give a warning and conduct analysis. It's actually very similar to an ordinary detection device, but I used magic to increase its range. Luo Bai thought for a moment and asked, "Can we monitor the entire universe?" Stark shrugged and said, "Since this is version 1.0, I can't do it yet. After all, my strength doesn't allow it yet, but I'm slowly expanding the scope." Luo Bai didn't say anything, but just injected some magical energy into the universe monitor. After the magic energy was injected, the holographic image was instantly changed. Originally, the image only showed the specific situation of the Earth and some nearby planets. After the magic energy was injected, the entire outline of the universe was instantly displayed. "I have expanded the range for you. Now you can detect the entire universe," Luo Bai said. Seeing the cosmic template on the holographic image, Stark was stunned for a moment. No, he just reached 1.0. As soon as Luo Bai made a move, it became the final version? "Cool. Really, really cool," Stark said as he began to check the situation in the universe through the space monitor. Through cosmic monitoring, Stark can see almost the entire universe. You can even see some of the interior conditions of the planets. For example, when Stark clicked on Xander, he saw the scene of Xander being invaded by Thanos. "Oh, what happened to this planet? Has it been invaded?" Stark couldn't help but sigh. Luo Bai nodded and said, "This is the planet Xander. Thanos is invading Xander with his army. Do we need to stop it?" Stark asked quickly. Luo Bai shook his head and said, "No, every planet has its own destiny. We just need to take care of the Earth. I will help you expand the scope of cosmic surveillance, and I hope that you can monitor the movements of the entire universe for the Earth in real time in the future." Although Luo Bai himself can also see the entire universe, it is a bit troublesome for him to stare at the entire universe alone every day. Plus, he might have to go out and collect the fragments of the Phoenix Force later, since Stark has ideas in this regard. It would be better to let Stark do the task of detecting the universe so that he would feel more at ease. Apparently, Stark was very happy to do this too. Of course. By the way, I have other inventions. For example, this magic 1 Malawian Kwacha battle suit, Stark said as he showed his invention to Luo Bai again. He took out a battle suit that looked very different from the previous ones, and then said, "This is the first generation of magic battle suit that I recently developed. Simply put, this battle suit can improve the speed, strength, and defense of mages. And because the battle suit is attached with magic energy, it can absorb some of the magic energy from enemy attacks for the mages, and convert part of this magic energy into their own energy and release it through the battle suit. And some people who have never learned magic can use some defensive magic by wearing this battle suit. For now, this is all I can do. I will improve it later," Stark said. After listening to his words, Luo Bai nodded with satisfaction and then asked, "Can it be mass-produced?" Stark was stunned and asked in surprise, "Batch? Well, didn't I tell you before that I had an important task for you?" Luo Bai said. "Stark, so what is my mission? You know, since mages have different talents, generally speaking, their strengths vary greatly. But Kamartaj is used to protect the Earth. So I think, Tony, maybe you can lead the mages of Kamartaj to technological ascension. Thanos is coming soon. You can let all the wizards or the first generation of battle suits you developed to see if it works. If there is something you're not satisfied with, you can change it," Luo Bai said. Now Stark finally understood Luo Bai's intention of leaving him alone. Stark was actually quite happy about this. "No problem, but I have to wear the most advanced one," Stark said with a smile. "Of course. For now on, you will be responsible for making magic suits for the wizards and monitoring the universe, Wizard Tony," Luo Bai said with a smile. Of course, Stark would be happy to do so, but after thinking about it, he still hesitated and asked, "Do all the mages in Kamartaj have to do this?" Luo Bai shook his head and said, "Of course not. Only mages who pass the will test can have it." Hearing this, Stark felt relieved. Passing the test will proves that the wizard is 100% loyal to Kamartaj and the Earth. If that were the case, Stark would have nothing to worry about. Now that everything had been explained, I thought their conversation should be over. Unexpectedly, Stark suddenly looked up and asked, "Then my position in Kamartaj should be more important than Strange, right?" Luo Bai, of course. You're the most important. Tony, that's good. People who are not familiar with Stark will definitely believe the rumors about him from the outside world. For example, playboy, arrogant rich second generation, etc. But once you get to know him, you'll realize that Stark's character is actually quite childish. Although he is now in his 30s, he should learn to be mature and steady. But in fact, he is more naive than strange. Of course, he would only show such naivety in front of people with whom he has a good relationship, such as Happy, Small Pepper, and Luo Bai. Thinking of Little Pepper, Luo Bai couldn't help but said, "Tony, you have stayed at Comitage long enough. I think you should go back and take a look." Stark seemed to have a plan and said calmly, "You are right. I do have to go back. During this time, Pepper sent me a lot of messages. Although we are in constant contact, I know she misses me." Oh, that's right. There is another happy event I want to tell you. At the mention of happy event, Stark's face was filled with smiles, and the corners of his mouth were even harder to hold down than a K. Seeing him like this, Luo Bai guessed what the happy event he was talking about was. "Are you planning to propose to Xiao Jiao when you go back this time?" Luo Bai asked. "How do you know this is what I'm about to say?" Stark asked in surprise. "Did you spy on my inner thoughts?" Luo Bai shook his head and couldn't help complaining. "Do you still need to spy? You haven't seen how happy you are smiling now." Stark smiled and said a little embarrassedly, "You don't know. I've been looking forward to this for a long time. I think I should give her a promise." Luo Bai nodded in approval. "Indeed. Then I will congratulate you in advance." As soon as he finished speaking, Stark waved his hand and said, "No need to say polite words. I don't like to hear these. The most important thing is that you can come to my wedding. This wedding can't be done without you." As soon as he said this, Luo Bai fell silent. Really unable to hold it back, Luo Bai couldn't help but started to complain. "What do you mean you can't do it without me? It's not me getting married." Stark smiled and said, "I mean you are very important. It's not that you don't understand. But having said that, do you have any plans to get married?" "Marry?" Luo Bai frowned. To be honest, this word seems a bit far away from him. Not to mention that Luo Bai is not too old now, but he has so many things to take care of now. The 3 evil gods in the dark dimension must be suppressed, as well as Comitage and the Earth. He really hadn't thought about getting married. "I have never considered getting married. I always feel that it is quite far away from me," Luo Bai said. Stark nodded and said as if he had come before, "I thought the same way when I was your age." Luo Bai didn't answer, just smiled and asked, "By the way, when do you plan to get married?" When it comes to this matter, Stark feels helpless. "Actually, I originally planned to get married to Pepper Potts next month. But you just said Thanos is coming to invade the Earth, so I suspect the wedding may have to be postponed. For a superhero like Stark, the Earth is bigger than family. Even though he loves Pepper very much, he will choose to protect the Earth if it is in danger. So it seems that the only option is to postpone the marriage. Only, it's just a fight against Thanos. There's no need to postpone the wedding." Thinking of this, Luo Bai couldn't help but said, "Just do it at the time you want. The matter of Thanos is not difficult to deal with, but there is no need to postpone it." "How about the 8th of next month?" Stark asked. "Okay." Luo Bai nodded. After the two of them finished chatting, Stark was ready to return to New York. Before returning to New York, he took a look at the cosmic monitoring system he developed. It seemed that because the cosmic monitoring system had been upgraded by Luo Bai, he could now see the blueprint of the entire universe. Stark was quite interested in the structure of the universe, so he took a closer look. Seeing that he was watching seriously, Luo Bai did not disturb him too much. He opened the portal and prepared to leave. Before he left, Stark suddenly asked, "What is this?" He seemed to be talking to himself, but his eyes were fixed on the cosmic monitor. Hearing him say this, Luo Bai stopped and looked over. Only then did I realize something was wrong. It is not difficult to see from cosmic monitoring that at this moment there is a silvery white shadow approaching the Earth at a speed exceeding the speed of light. Because the white shadow was moving so fast, Stark couldn't tell what it was. He just shouted to the cosmic monitor, "Jarvis, analyze and select the target." Soon, Jarvis' voice came, "It is impossible to lock onto the target's specific form, but the target contains very powerful energy. According to the target's trajectory, the target will eventually land on Earth in 1 hour. The cosmic monitoring has been upgraded by Luo Bai, which proves that the data inferred with a high probability is not wrong. The target will land on Earth in 1 hour, with a large amount of energy in its body. Does this prove that there are creatures from outer space planning to invade the Earth? Thinking of this, Stark immediately looked at Luo Bai and said, "Luo Bai, I just detected that there seems to be an invader approaching the Earth." "I saw it," Luo Bai responded calmly, with a hint of curiosity in his expression. According to what he knows now, the only one who should invade the Earth recently should be Thanos. But how come there is suddenly another uninvited guest? While thinking, Luo Bai activated the omniscience and omniscience of the universe. Luo Bai quickly locked onto the target's identity. "It's Inhua," Luo Bai muttered. "Why did he come here?" Luo Bai's voice was not loud, but it was not small either. Although Stark heard it clearly, he was unfamiliar with the name Silver Slide. "What is Silver Slide?" Stark asked immediately. "Silver Glider, the messenger of the planet Devourer. His other nickname is Silver Surfer," Luo Bai explained simply. "Planet Devourer? Silver Surfer?" "Luo Bai, the more you talk, the more confused I become," Stark said helplessly. Now that Stark has learned magic, there are some things he must know. Thinking of this, Luo Bai began to explain. "You must have read a lot of books in a library of Kamartaj, and you must have heard of the term Ancient God. For the Earth, the Ancient God is the most powerful God that humans on Earth can currently come into contact with. But in fact, there are gods in the multi-universe that are more powerful than these ancient gods. I usually call them the creator gods. The 5 are Planet Devourer, Death, Eternity, Infinity, and Annihilation. As one of the 5 great gods of creation, Planet Devourer survives differently from the other gods. He makes a living by devouring planets, so he often goes out to look for planets to devour. The Devourer of Planets has 4 emissaries under his command, called Galactus emissaries. They are Stardust, Flame Emperor, Silver Slide, and Tyrant. The purpose of these 4 messengers is to find planets for the planet Devourer to devour. After this explanation, Stark finally understood. "I think I understand a little bit. You mean that Inhua found the Earth, and the planet Devourer you mentioned wants to swallow the Earth?" Stark said in surprise. Luo Bai nodded and said, "If nothing unexpected happens, it should be like this. Galactus has set his sights on the Earth." After hearing what Luo Bai said, Stark said with a headache, "Oh, this is really bad. Thanos hasn't been dealt with yet, and now there's another Silver Slippery. There's nothing we can do. The Earth is full of disasters." Luo Bai shrugged and spoke helplessly. "So who is more powerful, Silver or Thanos?" Stark asked. "Under normal circumstances, Silver Schwa can beat 10 Thanos," Luo Bai said. Stark was overwhelmed when he heard this and couldn't help asking. "He will be here in an hour. Can we defeat him? If nothing unexpected happens, we are guaranteed to win," Luo Bai said. "He's just a Galactus messenger. If you have the guts, ask Galactus to come over and take a look. Compare with the power of the goblins to see who can eat more." If it was a planet devourer, Luo Bai might still be a little worried. After all, Galactus is one of the 5 great gods of creation, and his strength should not be underestimated. But if it was only the Galactus messenger who came, Luo Bai would have nothing to worry about. Seeing Luo Bai so confident, Stark breathed a sigh of relief and muttered, "It's good to have a chance of winning. I'm just afraid." Before Stark could finish his words, Luo Bai spoke again. "The Galactus messenger is easy to deal with, but the hard part is Galactus himself. Galactus would not come to Earth for no reason. He could only have been ordered to do so. This also means that Earth has been targeted." Hearing him say this, Stark's heart, which had just relaxed, became tense again. Although Stark had never seen the power of the planet Devourer, he realized something was wrong just by hearing the name. The god of creation, just hearing this name sounds impressive. But I'm quite curious, is he more powerful than Vishani? Stark asked hurriedly. Luo Bai said without hesitation, "Of course. The power of the God of creation is difficult for humans to understand. At this point, Stark finally understood a little. He thought carefully about Luo Bai's words, and then thought about the names of the 5 great creation gods. I don't know if Stark thought of something, and then he couldn't help but say, Death, Infinity, Galactus. The names of these 5 gods of creation sound like a concept, but more like a rule. Luo Bai nodded and immediately confirmed his idea. You are right. These 5 gods of creation are the embodiment of the rules of the universe. They represent space, time, destruction, nothingness, and balance, respectively. You have learned magic, so you should understand that the universe we live in is just one of the vast multi-universe. The 5 creator gods established the rules of the entire universe, and there is more than one universe in the multi-universe. So, in fact, there are 5 creator gods in every universe. They have countless duplications. If they target us, it will definitely not be a good thing for the Earth. Luo Bai said. At this moment, Stark finally understood how powerful Galactus was. Honestly, I really don't understand. Why would such a powerful god pick on our tiny Earth? Stark couldn't help but complain. Luo Bai shrugged helplessly and responded, No way. Galactus feeds on planets, including the Earth. It is not surprising that he would target the Earth. To these gods, the Earth is just food. Whether they want to eat it or not is entirely up to their mood. So, is there any way we can stop Planet Devourer? Stark asked. There should be, but this is very troublesome. It may inevitably trigger a war. Luo Bai said. He remembered that the Planet Devourer had tried to devour the Earth more than once, but failed in the end. This means that there is always a way to prevent it. But we must fight. When Stark heard Luo Bai say that there might be a war with Galactus, he was stunned. You mean, the Earth is likely to go to war with the Creator God? Stark asked in surprise. Luo Bai thought about it and nodded. There will definitely be a fight. Stark, first it was Dormammu, then Thanos, now it's Galactus' turn. Maybe he will even fight the God of creation in the future? No. Isn't the Earth a very awesome place? Do you all want to intervene? Thinking of this, Stark sighed helplessly. I am already beginning to get anxious. Our enemies are really getting stronger and stronger. Luo Bai immediately agreed. That's why I asked you to study hard and make progress as quickly as possible. The enemies that the Earth will face will become more and more terrifying in the future. Stark didn't answer, but just looked at the cosmic monitor. At this time, the position of the Milky Way is very close to the Earth. Then how should we deal with this Galactus messenger? I don't think he is here to travel to Earth, said Stark. Galactus took a fancy to the Earth, so he sent messengers here. Since Galactus wants to eat the Earth, then the purpose of Galactus coming to the Earth must be not simple. Luo Bai knew this, but he remembered that the reason why Yinhua was called Silver Shadow Man, because this guy can be turned against us. Considering that this guy is quite powerful, Luo Bai suddenly felt that it would be a good idea to persuade him to rebel. Thinking of this, Luo Bai immediately said, I will try to persuade him to protect the Earth. If he doesn't accept, I can only save him. Stark frowned and asked, Persuade? You don't mean to persuade him to rebel, but will he be willing to listen to us? As soon as Stark finished speaking, Luo Bai said confidently, Of course, I am best at convincing people with reason. Thor's sister was convinced by me. Thor's sister? Stark looked at Luo Bai in confusion and asked, Thor has a sister? Luo Bai nodded and said, Of course. Thor's sister was sealed away by his father before. She was recently released and wanted to rebel. She almost killed her father and brother. Fortunately, I stopped her. Oh my God, is the Thor family so chaotic? So what's going on now? Stark continued to ask, eating the gossip with great interest. Luo Bai smiled and explained, After my persuasion, Sol's sister gave up the rebellion. I'm curious how you persuaded him. Did you use the beauty trap? Stark asked. Luo Bai shook his head and responded in a friendly manner, Of course not. I usually use my fists. Stark, what a good way to convince people with reason. But I have to say, this trick is sometimes quite useful. For example, now, dealing with this Galactus messenger, Stark thinks that he has to convince people with reason. According to cosmic monitoring and analysis, The messenger will arrive on Earth in half an hour. It seems I have to go back later. Stark said. Originally, Stark was planning to go back to Pepper Potts to propose to her, but he saw Silver Slippery was about to come to Earth. He decided to deal with Inhua first and come back later. However, Luo Bai had no intention of letting him go. After all, a strong man of Inhua's level was obviously not someone Stark could deal with. So he immediately said, "Tony, you go back now. I will take care of this matter." Stark was stunned and immediately said, "But I am a member of the Justice League." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Bai said seriously, "I know, but with your current strength, you can't help much. I need you to make more and more powerful battle suits, Tony." At this point, Stark seemed to understand. He shrugged and said, "I understand. I'll go back to Luo Bai first." After saying this, Stark took his research inventions, opened the portal, and left the Kamartaj dormitory. As for Luo Bai, he turned on the cosmic vision and monitored Inhua's arrival. Almost the same time as predicted by cosmic monitoring, the Milky Way appeared outside the Earth half an hour later. He first stopped outside the Earth and looked at the planet coldly. After confirming that this planet is indeed the Earth, Inhua plans to break into the Earth. But before he could break in, a huge amount of magic circles appeared to block him out. Just when Inhua was curious about what this was and was about to break into the Earth. At this moment, Luo Bai, wearing a floating cloak, appeared in front of Inhua. Before Inhua could speak, Luo Bai spoke first. "The magic circle is my warning to you. If you plan to force your way in, you will be an invader of the Earth. Galactus Messenger, are you sure you want to invade the Earth?" Luo Bai spoke with a determined look and stood in front of Inhua. Inhua, who originally wanted to enter the Earth, stopped his actions after seeing Luo Bai. He didn't say anything, but just stood on his silver skateboard and looked at Luo Bai. And Luo Bai is obviously the same. Silver Surfer is called the Silver Surfer because everything on his body visible to the naked eye is silver. And every time he appears, he steps on a silver skateboard. From a distance, he looks like a robot with indifference and inhumanity all over his body. Certainly, he was not born this way, nor was he born indifferent. In the past, Inhua was also an alien human with emotions. His real name is Norn Rider, and he is an astronomer on a planet in the outer Milky Way. Suddenly one day, the planet devourer came and told the residents of his planet that this planet had been chosen as the planet devourer's food. In order to protect his planet, Inhua made a deal with Galactus and promised to submit to Galactus forever. So Galactus gave him powerful cosmic energy and erased his memory, making him what he is now, a tool man who only obeys Galactus' orders and has no memories or emotions. Because he had forgotten everything, he did not listen to Luo Bai's warning just now. He just stared at Luo Bai for a long time. After a moment, he suddenly bent down and then accelerated on his silver skateboard to attack Luo Bai. He was very fast, and in the blink of an eye he appeared in front of Luo Bai, just as he was about to reach out and strangle Luo Bai's neck, wanting to throw this troublesome human away. Unexpectedly, Luo Bai seemed to see through his next move, and before he could make a move, he punched him at an extremely fast speed. Normally, Luo Bai's punch would not be able to cause any harm to Inhua. After all, Inhua has the cosmic energy bestowed by Galactus. The cosmic energy gives Inhua the strength of Superman, an invulnerable body, and eternal life. As long as he rides on the silver skateboard, he can replenish cosmic energy continuously. It is as if he is carrying the power of the entire universe on his back. With the current state of the Earth, it is impossible for humans on Earth to cause harm to him. But what Inhua didn't expect was, Luo Bai's punch was not only incredibly fast, but also terrifyingly powerful. The iron-like fist smashed into Inhua's stomach, as if the power of the entire universe was pressing down on him. Inhua was totally unable to withstand the punch, and was hit so hard that he couldn't even control his skateboard, and fell off the skateboard, quickly falling toward the earth. Just when Inhua thought that he would fall directly to the earth from a height of thousands of feet, Luo Bai opened up a dimensional space within the universe. The next second, Inhua fell into a dark and chaotic space, and it hit the ground of the dimensional space at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the entire dimensional space shook violently. Inhua was also hit so hard that he couldn't move. Before he could come to his senses, Luo Bai appeared in front of him, looking down at him, and said, "You kid, do you still want to launch a sneak attack?" Inhua said nothing, but frowned and looked at the skateboard that fell to the side. As if seeing that he wanted to replenish his energy through his skateboard, Luo Bai clenched his fists again without saying a word. The moment he clenched his fist, golden phoenix flames surrounded his fist. Then he didn't give him a chance to get on the skateboard. Luo Bai punched Inhua again. This punch, mixed with phoenix flames, hit Inhua's face hard. Boom! Another loud noise sounded in the dimensional space. When everything calmed down, In fell to the ground with only his eyeballs moving. Half of his face was burned by the phoenix flames and turned into silver black. It looked like a burnt robot. Seeing this, Luo Bai gave another warning. Invading the Earth is not a good decision. Before you devour the Earth, you'd better think clearly whether you have the ability to defeat me, the Supreme Mage who protects the Earth. I thought this guy would be a little more obedient after being punched twice, but I didn't expect that he was so deeply bewitched. Not only did he not admit defeat, but it further stimulated his fighting spirit. I saw a powerful cosmic energy slowly gathering into his body, and in the blink of an eye his body that was originally burned by the power of the phoenix quickly recovered. The wounds on his body healed at an incredible speed, and almost instantly Inhua returned to his original appearance. He leaped forward and stood on the skateboard again. Then he lifted up the skateboard, and a powerful cosmic energy was fired towards Luo Bai. Luo Bai used magic to move quickly to avoid the attack of cosmic energy, and the next second the energy directly shot through Luo Bai's dimensional space. While Luo Bai was dodging, the silver-driven skateboard rushed out of Luo Bai's dimensional space at the speed of light. He seemed to not want to get entangled with Luo Bai anymore and planned to descend directly to Earth. But how could Luo Bai let him do as he wished? How stubborn, Luo Bai muttered. He looked at Inhua rushing out of the dimension at an accelerated speed, and his brows couldn't help but frown. Luo Bai then released magic, directly modifying reality and expanding the entire universe into his own domain. He raised his hand, and instantly countless planets appeared in the dimension and automatically smashed towards Inhua. Inhua didn't stop, but used his skateboard to smash one planet after another. He traveled through the dimensions at the speed of light for a long time, and thought he would be able to break through Luo Bai's territory soon. But what puzzled him was that no matter how he accelerated, he seemed unable to leave Luo Bai's territory. In anger, Inhua gathered the energy of the universe and launched a counterattack towards Luo Bai. Silver light burst out from Inhua's body and then continued to spread to the entire dimension. He seemed to want to use his energy to blow up Luo Bai and even Luo Bai's dimensional space. Seeing that this guy really didn't give him face, Luo Bai got angry for a rare time. His face darkened, and he released the power of the phoenix. The next second, a huge amount of golden phoenix spread its wings and flew into the sky behind Luo Bai. As the golden phoenix appeared, phoenix flames burst out from all around the phoenix. The moment this powerful force exploded, the entire universe was silent. After everything dissipated, everything returned to its original state. In slipped to the ground, and Luo Bai stood in front of him. "Do you want to fight again?" Luo Bai asked. This time, Silver Surfer spoke the first words to Luo Bai through telepathy. "Earth is an edible planet." Luo Bai sneered. "You are very loyal. Since I can't convince you, I can only save you." After saying that, he placed his hand on Silver Surfer's head. Inhua, who originally wanted to use cosmic energy for healing, finally felt something was wrong this time. The cosmic energy in his body seemed to be being absorbed by Luo Bai. Before Inhua could react, the cosmic energy in his body disappeared, or to be more precise, it was absorbed. Only after absorbing all the cosmic energy in Inhua's body did Luo Bai take his hand away from his head. The cosmic energy disappeared, which meant that Inhua could no longer use the cosmic energy to heal his injuries. He felt the phoenix flames constantly burning his body, but he was powerless to do anything. This belief flashed across Inhua's usually cold face. He seemed to have a hard time understanding why the energy in his body suddenly disappeared, but he was sure that it was most likely Luo Bai's doing. "Why did my power disappear? What did you do?" Inhua asked. His voice was urgent now. Unlike his usual calmness, he was almost roaring when he asked this question. Compared to his panic and collapse, Luo Bai seemed much calmer. While feeling the powerful cosmic energy in his body, he slowly replied, "It didn't disappear, it was just absorbed by me." After these words were spoken, Inhua was obviously stunned. "Absorb? How is this possible? Isn't it said that the earth is weak? Why is it that there are living things on earth that can absorb cosmic energy?" This power was given to him by the creator god, Planet Devourer. Having this power means being able to continuously absorb energy from the universe. How could Luo Bai absorb such powerful energy in such a short time? And his body can actually withstand this force. Inhua said nothing, just stared at Luo Bai. But from his surprised look, one could see that he was shocked. It was unknown how long it had passed before Inhua's voice sounded again. "Wrong information? There are powerful creatures on Earth. The energy of the universe has disappeared." He conveyed this sentence with his will. Certainly, this sentence was not said to Luo Bai, but he was sending a signal to the Planet Devourer. But because Luo Bai possesses a super strong mental ability, he can hear Inhua's inner voice clearly. Seeing him like this, Luo Bai couldn't help but feel a little emotional. He couldn't even protect himself, but he still wanted to bring news to Galactus. Seeing him like this, Luo Bai couldn't help but complain, "Nolan Reed, you are really pitiful. Your master wants to eat your planet, but you still work for him so sincerely. It's really not easy." His words made Inhua stunned. He frowned and asked, "What do you mean by that? Who is Norn Rider?" Luo Bai didn't say anything, but used ability to awaken his memory. The moment his memory was restored, Inhua finally remembered everything. Remember who he is and where he came from, and why he works for Galactus. "Nolan Reed is my name. I am looking for edible planets for the Planet Devourer. Following the orders of the Planet Devourer, I came to Earth." Inhua recited in his mind, his pupils gradually dilating. What Galactus erased was not only Jinhua's memory, but also his values and morals. After his memory was restored, Inhua also regained some of his kindness. He realized that he had just been trying to invade other planets, to invade other people's homes. At this time, he seemed to understand that his behavior was wrong, but he seemed to have no other choice. Because this is the deal he made with Planet Devourer. If he doesn't do this, he will lose his planet. This made him very conflicted. He raised his head with difficulty and looked at Luo Bai without saying a word. But Luo Bai understood exactly what he was thinking. After noticing his contradiction, Luo Bai smiled and said, "Nolan Rider, I can't understand your inner contradiction. But as the guardian of the Earth, I cannot agree with your behavior. I warned you, didn't I?" Inhua still didn't speak, but made a choice. After all, he knew very well that his actions at this moment were the same as what Galactus had done to his planet. The only difference is that he can't defeat Luo Bai. The cosmic energy in his body has now been completely absorbed. Even when he had cosmic energy, he couldn't beat Luo Bai. Not to mention it's gone now. Luo Bai is an Earthling, so he will surely not be lenient towards this Earth invader. After realizing this, Inhua immediately said, "I can't defeat you. You can do anything you want." To be honest, Luo Bai initially intended to persuade Inhua, because he knew very well that after recovering his memory, Inhua would most likely be persuaded by him. But now that I think about it, persuasion is really a bit troublesome. Silver is strong because he has the power given by Galactus in his body, cosmic energy. Now that all the cosmic energy in his body has been absorbed by himself, Inhua's combat power is no longer enough. Why bother trying to convince him? Keeping him here would be a big hassle in case Galactus controls his consciousness again and brings him to Earth. What's more, he is an intruder. If we are too soft-hearted towards the invaders of Earth, by then, people in the multi-universe will think that the Earth is easy to bully. Thinking of this, Luo Bai didn't say anything more and simply used dark magic to absorb Yinhua's soul. Without his soul, Yinhua quickly disappeared. And at the same time, the news of Yinhua's fall was soon discovered by Galactus. At this time, in the unknown dimension at the other end of the multi-universe, the hungry planet eater is frantically devouring planets. Halfway through the process, the planet eater discovered something was wrong. The messenger sent to Earth by himself, Yinhua, he actually fell. Silver Slide had the power given by Galactus, so his fall quickly attracted the attention of Galactus. This took Galactus by surprise. With his ability, he shouldn't have died on Earth. The planet devourer muttered. The more he thought about it, the angrier planet devourer became. Just a piece of Earth. How dare you rebel against God? He also killed the messenger he sent to investigate. Are the Earthlings provoking him? The planet devourer was furious and summoned the remaining 3 messengers: Tyrant, Flame Emperor, and Stardust. When the 3 messengers arrived, Planet Devourer said, "Come with me to Earth. I want to let the people of Earth know the consequences of angering me." The Planet Devourer said angrily. Just when he was angry, Luo Bai had returned to Kamartaj and began to analyze the energy of the Planet Devourer. Cosmic energy. After he analyzed this energy, Luo Bai realized that this cosmic energy was quite useful. After all, possessing this energy means that Luo Bai can now completely control the 4 basic forces in the universe. It can even create a life-sustaining aura around others, providing breathable air. Of course, this is not the most critical thing. The key is after absorbing the cosmic energy. Luo Bai discovered that by utilizing this cosmic energy, he seemed to be able to fly at superluminal speeds and enter hyperspace. Moreover, by utilizing cosmic energy, he can detect matter and energy from light years away and absorb them directly, providing himself with a constant supply of power. After feeling the power of the universe continuously entering his body, Luo Bai realized. It seems that Yinhua's visit to Earth is not to invade. This is to give myself strength. Moreover, this seems to be just an appetizer. The real hard dish should be here soon. I executed Yinhua myself, and I guess the Planet Devourer would also be aware of it. This god is probably on the way. It seems that the showdown between foodies will begin soon. Not to mention Luo Bai. Even the Fairy Power became excited. After all, Fairy Power and Galactus had a history in the past. Fairy Force and Planet Devourer actually have similarities. Both of them need energy to sustain life. In simple terms, they are both foodies. It is said that they had met before, but the final result was different. Since it happened so long ago, there's no need to talk about the result. After all, the Planet Devourer is still there, and the power of the fairies is still there. Luo Bai didn't want to explore what happened in the middle. But now Galactus is preparing to come to Earth to cause trouble, and that's what's wrong with him. If a fight really breaks out, the outcome this time may be different from the last time. Although Luo Bai is 80 to 90% confident of dealing with Galactus. But Galactus has 3 messengers under his command. Although these 3 messengers are not as powerful as Galactus, any one of them can defeat the ancient gods on Earth. If these 4 come together, the Earth really needs to strengthen its security. After all, although Luo Bai can withstand it, I don't know whether the Earth can withstand it. Even if Luo Bai opened the dimension with the strength of these 4 people, it's not a big problem to just break a dimension. It seems that the Justice League still needs to be dispatched this time, and maybe the X-Men will have to be brought along. This is the only way to ensure the safety of the Earth to the greatest extent. Not only that, the Earth might even need a major upgrade. Now Luo Bai possesses cosmic energy, and this power allows Luo Bai to continuously absorb energy from the core of the universe. So he could just set up a huge amounts of energy matrix on Earth, and then transfer this energy into the Earth's core. It turns out that they didn't do this because they were worried that the Earth's energy was too strong and would easily attract the attention of other creatures in the multi-universe. But now that the Earth has been noticed, there is no need to hide anymore. With this in mind, Luo Bai began to set up an energy matrix inside Kamartaj to connect the Earth with the energy of the universe. Since this project was quite time-consuming, Luo Bai spent a lot of time on it. After the energy matrix was set up, Luo Bai realized that half a month had passed. Noticing that so much time had passed, Luo Bai couldn't help but complain. Has it been so long? Why is there still no news from Thanos and Galactus? Are they taking so long? Thanos said he was coming half a month ago. After half a month, Thanos still hasn't arrived? Could it be that because he has lost the Space Stone, Thanos cannot teleport and his work efficiency has slowed down? While thinking about it, Luo Bai turned on the cosmic view to check the situation. In the end, he found out the situation was exactly as he thought. In the original plot, Thanos first went to get the Power Stone and then went to Asgard to get the Space Stone. With the Space Stone, Thanos traveled much faster, allowing him to reach the Earth at the speed of light. Now that the Space Stone was gone, it took Thanos a full half-month just to get to the location of the Soul Stone. Although he has now obtained the Soul Stone, at his current speed, it would probably take him another half a month to reach Earth. After understanding the current situation, Luo Bai couldn't help but sigh. Hey, Thanos, you are such a good person. You are willing to spend such a long time traveling to give me the Raw Stone. It's really touching. Since you are so hard-working, I decided to help you. Luo Bai spoke as he drove the energy. At this time, Thanos and his army were riding on the Temple 2 towards the Earth. It can be seen that Thanos is very anxious at this moment. How long will it take to reach Earth? Asked Thanos. Ebony Maw at the side thought for a moment and said seriously, Dear Father, it will take at least half a month. Thanos said nothing, but just frowned. Thanos has been planning this plan for a full 10 years. Logically speaking, he has waited for 10 years. It's only been half a month now. It should be very fast for him. But for some reason, he thought that as long as he came to the Earth, he would be able to get the remaining 4 rough stones quickly. He felt that every minute and every second was torture. Thinking of this, he began to ponder, I think we should go to Earth first. It would be much more convenient if we have a Space Stone. Ebony Maw immediately said, Dear Father, don't worry. The remaining stones will soon be yours. Thanos said nothing. It was obvious that he was complaining that the pace was too slow. But without space gemstones, there is no way to be slow. It seemed that he was helpless, so Thanos remained silent. At this moment, Thanos suddenly felt an unknown force enveloping the entire spaceship. Just when Thanos felt something was wrong and wanted to find out the reason, the power suddenly disappeared again. What's going on? Thanos immediately asked vigilantly. Thanos' men also seemed to notice that something was wrong, and Ebony Maw immediately went to check. Soon, he checked the results and came back. Father, we seem to have arrived. Right in front of us is the Earth. Ebony Maw reported immediately. Thanos. What the hell? Just said it would take half a month. In the blink of an eye, he rushed from the planet Vormer to Earth. What's going on? Why did our spaceship suddenly arrive on Earth? The vigilant Thanos immediately raised the question. Apparently, several of his subordinates also said they were unaware of this. But before they could figure out the situation, they discovered something that surprised them even more. That is, there is one more person on the spaceship. Thanos. Ebony Maw. Everyone. When they discovered that there was one more person on the spaceship, everyone, including Thanos, was stunned. But they soon came to their senses, and everyone immediately took up combat readiness. Especially Thanos, his hands wearing the Infinity Gauntlet, began to clench into fists. Before they could say anything, the humans on the spaceship spoke up. Didn't you want to come to Earth to find me? Why are you so nervous when I come? Everyone who heard this was even more confused. Ebony Maw immediately asked, Who are you? Supreme Mage, Luo Bai. Luo Bai replied with a smile. Thanos. At this moment, an idea popped up in everyone's mind. That is, the house was stolen. What the hell is this Luo Bai? Why did he suddenly appear on their spaceship? Something is wrong. 9 out of 10 things are wrong. Ebony Maw wanted to take action immediately, but Luo Bai saw through his thoughts and even saw through his next move. With a faint smile, Luo Bai activated the teleportation magic with his mind. As soon as the portal opened, Ebony Maw was teleported away. The next second, Ebony Maw appeared in space outside the spaceship. My whole body was frozen into ice. Immediately afterwards, Luo Bai performed another magic. Before Thanos could react, the Infinity Gauntlet in his hand was in Luo Bai's hand. Thanos.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.